classic. Oh my god, I had to change my mics up because something broke. Portion of the stream where Matt asks, does it sound terrible or does it sound fine? Whoa, what's the answer? Who knows? Fanny on, right? Fanny, actually a little bit quiet. That's about the one. It's that one. Alright. Oh, shut up, Derpy. Shut your filthy four mouth. Let's have a listen to myself on the thing. There's a hiss. You know, right? I like my mic set up, but every time stuff goes, and I'm like, oh, you know what? I keep saying to people, right, that if I was making this now, oh my god, if I was making this setup now, I would have gone with, you know, a much simpler, you know, just like plug and play solution. But when I made this, they didn't really exist. So, you know, oh, all right, I'm gonna adjust these knobs. Oh, adjusting the knobs. He's adjusting his knobs. He's twiddling his knobs. Oh, he's twiddling those fucking knobs. Yeah, twiddle the knobs. Live twiddling knobs on Twitch. Knob twiddler. I want that to be my just like tagline, knob twiddler. Yeah, when I had to redo Windows, I had to reinstall everything. So I had to reinstall all my software solutions. And then I had to mess around. So I don't know. So, not like, the most frustrating thing I find about technology is it's always like, whenever something happens, whenever there's a problem, right, the first thing people look is, what did you change? And my answer is always, fucking nothing. Like, something will just stop working the way it was, or stop working altogether, and not a thing has changed. It's not. Like, when I recorded a podcast a couple of months ago, my audio, I came up on stream, and I just suddenly had static, loads of it, and I'm like, where the fuck? Where the fuck could that possibly be coming from? You know, like, I thought I was going fucking mental. Well, I probably am. Oh, you want to know a fun thing today? You want to know a fun fucking thing today? My Mac OS, right? Whenever I open Final Cut, whenever I open Final Cut Pro, Mac OS updated last night. And now whenever I open Final Cut Pro, the entire computer has a kernel panic and just pew and shuts down. Great. Why? Both the Windows update and the Mac OS update, like the recent ones, just fucking broke everything. And they were both like minor updates, you know. I know. Fuck, I haven't even tried diagnosing how to fix the Mac OS. I went to open Final Cut like an hour ago to like make a little like an intro music thing, stick it in and put, and it just kept crashing. And I went, oh no, I'm off. I'm not fucking around with this now. So I don't know how fixable it is or how not fixable it is. Well, I'm just kind of pretending it's not an issue. Aren't you supposed to be on holiday or something? Well, yeah, but you know, Final Cut's very useful for lots of things. So I went in to make music for this, you know. So this isn't work. I don't know if you know, right? But this isn't part of my job. Shock horror. Absolute shock and all. I'm a bit sick at the moment. I fucking. You all know the most annoying fucking thing, right? I like for fucking like for weeks, for like a month now. I've been planning to take time off because I worked for like 5 weeks straight with no time off at all. I didn't take a day off over 5 weeks, and one of those weeks I was working 14 hours a day for like 7 days straight. That's the joy of running a small business. And I'm going to twiddle the knobs just as I'm watching my waveforms and kind of listen to myself talk. And I was like, right, from Saturday's my last day. Then I'm like, okay, Sunday's my last day. And I'm like, okay, Monday's my last day. Okay, no, Tuesday's my... And I kept going on until Thursday was my last day, and then it technically became Friday. So, do you pay yourself overtime? No, that's not how. No. I pay myself monthly. I get a fixed wage per month, as we all do. We're a small business. There's there's 4 of us. 3. Yeah, it's not. Like, we do bonuses and stuff on occasion. On the odd occasion. But this month had the joyous, also extra effect of the company having the lowest amount of money it's ever had. Which it was visually very dramatic. It was just because we'd done 4 months worth of prints in like a go, basically. So we'd bought 4 months worth of all of the stock, and I'd bought 4 months worth of stamps, and I'd bought a year's worth of the custom expensive like mailers on a pallet, and I bought a year's. So we bought all this shit in bulk, and I looked at the company bank account. It was like a few grand. I went, oh. But it's fine. It's a cash flow thing, not an actual income thing, which looked very dramatic. Yeah, it looked very dramatic. Yes. Anyway, let me listen to the audio. Is that... I sound drunk. But the static's lesser now. I think I always sound a bit... I listen to myself talk on the podcasts. And I actually bought as a backup, because I keep having fucking audio problems, and I bought an identical... I bought Daniel's mic. I bought a Zoom H2N to use as a backup recorder. That I just record separately, like on its own whenever I'm recording anything, just as a oh my god backup. And I did it for the last podcast, but I didn't quite have it set up right, and it was peaking a bit. But when I listen to myself on the podcast, because I'm using this mic, right, which is it's a vocal mic. It's set up like a radio mic, right? It's very overly compressed, which is, I think, a stylistic choice. It's a stylistic choice. I sound a bit drunk. I sound quite nasally. I talk quite fast. But all of those elements combined, and then put in the context of Daniel and John's mics, which are very, like, open. I mean, Daniel always calls his mic a room mic. Just, it's very, the distinction's a bit odd. Like, I spent all of these years, my mic setup slowly became this because of the podcast, because I was trying to stop, like, Dan and John's audio leaking into my mic. My attempt at doing that has also overly distinguished the mic. So, the gateway. Oh, was it? Oh shit! What's Derpy put up here? Angry Birds, Space, Angry Birds, Angry Birds. I'm pretty sure Angry Birds is on one of these iPods. None of them have any charge. I've not been charging. Whatever. Fuck it. I think the mic's a bit better set up now. I hope it's fine. I really hope it's fine. I'm sorry if I sound even slightly more nasally than usual. I don't know. You know when you feel just kind of vaguely ill? Like, just vaguely. It's not no real specific symptom. I just feel vaguely ill, which I thought was burnout, and I still think is burnout. You sound louder and quieter. It is because I'm moving around, but also there's like a noise gate and everything, which I'm fanning on with, and the compressor, which I'm fanning on with, and blah 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 blah. Which better fuck off. Like I've only been able to take a week off, because just the way everything's timed. There's only so much. There's only like. The problem with the three of us, all three of us, me, Daniel, and Rebecca, have, is that no one else can do the jobs we're doing. So if we take time off, we kind of have, like, the work isn't taken over by anyone else. It can't be, right? So, and then me especially, I more so than either of them have to do stuff to a time scale. Like, I have to do stuff on certain dates, like, always. You know, like, I pay everyone, right? I'm the one the accountant talks to. I'm the one who pays all of our taxes, and I have to do that on certain dates. Otherwise, we get fined, or I don't pay. Yeah, you know, little bits and bobs, really. You know, I get a little notification being like, oh my god, you need to do blah, 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 blah. So I need to just be vaguely. So I have to, and we've got a print to do. So, but frankly, a week is not. I need more than a week. I'm in the position like this week is me kind of recovering and not feeling like death. To then go back, take it a bit easier, and then dead ahead again to then actually take another week or two off in like a few weeks. Cause fuck me, absolutely fuck me. I'm watching my audio levels or just go fucking all over the place. I'm sorry. Let me twiddle those knobs. Okay. The stacks well. Fanny on, right? Fanny on. Let me just fanny on with that. Fuck me. I hear no stacks, so you're fine. Look, this is the thing, right? I'm gonna be honest, right? And this isn't a thing aimed at you specifically, EXP Cookie, but I can hear it. Yeah, but whenever most people don't recognize audio problems. Like, I'll be sat in a dance stream and there'll be something really obviously wrong with the way he's got his audio set. And we're like, yeah, no, it's fine. I'm like, what the fuck? Admittedly, I think that's part of me being a little over perfectionisty. But, you know, that's my jam. You know what's wild, right? I spent so fucking long. I don't know if any of you have watched the Nerdcube Shorts video we did, the one that's on TikTok and Instagram and the new. I've just opened up my thing. That one. It's got like 2 fucking really obvious mistakes in it that not a single person has pointed out. Right? I spent so fucking long working on those, and it's 2 really obvious mistakes that no one noticed. which illustrates the point in that things just get skipped over, right? Like a bit of static because you're not even noticeable at all. Especially, you know, I've got a track I call ambiance on, which is just the whoo you can hear in the background, right? If I turn it up, it's that, right? I just have that on, but that will mask any static, right? Like if I turn it off completely and it's just my mic on now, you're more likely to hear sort of any. You might even hear a bit of like a little hiss, but with the woo, it kind of masks it, right? That's a lot of what, you know. Honestly, that's why the ambience is there. Also, it adds a little bit of. But yeah, no, like immediately in that cheer video, right? I even sent a screenshot. It's in the second fucking shot, right? And it's there in the series of islands, so beautiful that heaven is going to be a step down in comparison. The word "be" is missing. The heaven is going to, and this like on the actual text, the "be" is just missing, and it's spaced like the "be" is there. It's clearly because the way I do it is I lay the whole thing out. I lay the whole set of text out, right, and then I actually cut it up in chunks, and I go back and I delete it word by word for every single one, and I kind of draw it in manually. So I was like, look, why is the spacing weird on that? And I wasn't even reading it, and it's wild. I mean, people watching 10-second TikToks don't tend to focus on the iPhone headphone mic used. Admittedly, the iPhone that classic iPhone headphone live mic is actually a pretty decent little mic. Which for some reason everyone fucking holds up to the microphone. It's a lavalier mic. It's designed to be like near your neck and on your fucking collar. You don't need to hold it up to your mouth. It's a lav mic. You don't. Gah. Anyway, it's fine. But that's a decent little mic. Like in some ways, it will sound better than this fucking like £400 microphone I'm using that's going through a fucking, you know, £500 fucking audio chain. In a lot of ways, it'll sound better. It's just this technically is more flexible. You can do more with it, but, you know, I'm just a bit shit. And here's the thing, right? I am limited by my voice. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how much money I spend on audio equipment, I'm still going to sound like me. You know, like, you know, only so much I can really do about that. Also, let me just go through twiddles quickly before I forget. Jay Ray is subscribed. Thank you. Mix the Chestnut. Many bits. Little bits. Thank you for the little bits. Mix the Chestnut. Mr. Gregory, 28 months. Is that 3 babies? No. No, we established it. Basically, the first one's 9 months, and every subsequent one is 10 months. Just because there has to be a month between them. So it's always 10 months. So it'll be 19 months, and it'll be 29 months, and 39 months, and 49 months. So next month, Mr. Gregory. Yeah, almost. I mean, you know, maybe if we induced labor now, and we, you know, I mean, we could do a C-section, potentially, if you want. Hang on, I'll get the knife out. Oh, it's a bit rusted. I'm sure it's fine. More mixed chestnut, thank you. Chestnut. Happy while you're working at No Cube, and he is. Oh shit, when is that? I had this thought the other day. There's a weird thing, right? Reading the TikTok, putting the Nerd Cube thing on TikTok was really interesting because it did really well, actually. Just because it did incredibly well. April Fool's. That was it. Yeah, I set it up as April Fool's. That was it. I remember. But how many years ago? 2014. So actually, it'd been 9 years. Be 9 years. Be 9 years. Yeah, 2014. It'll be 9 years this Saturday. Anyway, so when I was reading the comments of the nerd, because it did really well on TikTok, right? It did. Interestingly, I was expecting TikTok to do the best, and then YouTube Shorts, and then Instagram Reels, because Instagram Reels seem to just be fucking awful with their recommendations. But in terms of actual views, it was TikTok right at the top, and then way down it was Instagram Reels, and then fucking down below that was the YouTube Shorts channel, which interesting, but it shows how effective TikTok's recommendation algorithm is. But I was looking through the comments of it because that's my job, and also it's I'm not working, like this is something I wouldn't normally do. I'd just be like, no, but it's something I'm genuinely just quite interested in. And most of the comments are basically a lot of people who don't watch the channel, and it's popped up and they're like, oh my God, I used to watch you when I was a kid. And I'm like, when you were a kid? And then I think about it and I'm like, oh, fuck me. You know, people are like, oh my God, Daniel, I used to watch you when I was 7 and now I'm an adult. And I'm like, ah! Oh, no. You know, I was just walking yesterday, and I saw a teenager walk past me, and she was wearing the school uniform of the high school I went to, and I went, God, I wonder if, because I don't think about where I went to high school ever, and the uniforms are fucking the same, because obviously it is, and I'm like, God, I wonder if anything's the same then. I thought about it and went, oh my fucking God, like statistically speaking, she probably would have not been born when I finished school. And I went, oh no. Fucking hell. XP Cookie, I was 10 when I started watching Dan, now I'm 21 now. Yeah, I mean, there's two sides to that in my head. One side, thank you, that's great, I'm really happy about that. Right? I'm happy you're still here. I'm glad you're getting something out of it. I appreciate you, EXP Cookie. Side 2, fuck, oh my God, that's side 2. Anyway, just subscribe 7 months. Thank you very much. Fine Angel, happy Match Stream Day. It is Match Stream Day. Buddhacon for 29 months. That is 3 babies. Where's the It's the baby train whistle. I don't know why that's the sound effect I've chosen for the sub thing. Is the train. I have so many comedy noisemakers, and I don't know why the train whistle is. I mean, I have the. Wait, where are they? Are they buried under? I want to point out my drawer. You know what my drawer's full of, right? Drugs, like legal drugs. Yeah, there's several red noses in here. There's several USB sticks. Council election form. A HMRC check. Yep, hospital letters. Another HMRC letter. More, bank statements. More NHS letters. Notepads. Oh, a scratch ticket that I haven't redeemed, which I won. How much did I win on the scratch ticket? That's right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. I won on this scratch card that I have yet to redeem. 20 pounds. Delightful. I've got 3 Kyrgyzstan notebooks, a train whistle, some snack divs, which are those little finger chopsticks, which I honest to God love. I've got kazoo, plasters, a microphone, lots of stamps. Oh, a wallet full of different cards. I've got a card wallet that I just have to keep all of my. You know when you get like, I've got cards I don't use with me, or fucking I've got my Odeon Premier Club card here, which is definitely not a thing that exists anymore. My national insurance card, you know, laddie daddy doo doo. Put that away. An IKEA family card. Oh, a Marks and Spencer Sparks card, because apparently I'm a Tory. When the my Queen International Fan Club membership card. Can't forget about that. Oh, my Leap card. That is to be used on Dublin, Dublin public transportation. Oh, a Holland and Barrett Awards card. Delightful. Oh, and then several expired bank cards. Great, thank you. Good, I'm glad that's in the fucking thing. Ooh, what's that? Oh, there's what I'm looking for. That. That's what I should be using as a celebratory. Yay, babies! Well, maybe not yay, babies. Like, boo, babies, but like, yay! The arbitrary number, the arbitrary, like, fucking segmentation I've chosen to distinguish my sub amounts that aren't just like a year or a month, but I've chosen a specifically weird one because it feels a bit uncommon, and it feels like a weird thing to comment on, which I think likes to distinguish my streams slightly and make them slightly more unique without, while still leading into the ability to distinguish a length of time and still make a deal out of it when people give me money, which they shouldn't really, but they do, but I appreciate it. But distinguish me differently to be like, I'm not like those other girls, but I totally am. Like that, you know, that kind of noise. That's a good noise. That's a sticky pad. That is a sticky pad. Oh, there's a USB stick in here with a rubberized coating on. That is very much degrading, and it's, yeah, I don't, just gonna put that back in there and pretend I didn't touch it. Oh, there's my other. I like my clown, I like the clown horn, but it is incredibly, incredibly loud. Like, it hurts my ears whenever I use it. Which is honestly why I don't, oh, I've got another one. Oh, they both work. Delightful. Alrighty, let me put all of these random letters back. Not like other day. I'm not like other Twitch streamers. Ugh. I get that simultaneous like, oh, I'm not partaking in. I'm not partaking in all of this. I'm not partaking in this other streamer nonsense. Oh, I'm better than them. Not really. Well, I am a bit. Let's be honest. I am a bit because at the bare minimum, I'm not exploiting people for money. Ha! I mean, people are giving me money, and there's like a bling, which is like a subconscious thing that makes people feel like it's worth it. And they're coming up on screen, which I was a bit air about because it makes people want to give money more because it'll come up on screen. It's a bit of a gambling. A lot of Twitch bit stuff's based on how it interacts, especially on the visuals. Like you see in chat there, right, the animation. It's all based on gambling, notably. That's why it's a bit because it's all based on the same tactics that casinos use. But I like to think I don't do like outside of just acknowledging it, being like, thank you for giving me a tip. I appreciate that. Outside of that, don't really do anything because at that point I think it's exploitative. Oh, it is a smelly honk. Can't really smell at the moment. Oh, it smells a bit rubbery. Anyway, oh no, I didn't put the honk back properly. Oh, I didn't put the mic back. Put it back. Okay, there we go. Right. Anyway, I'm gonna play a game. Oh God, I've been streaming for fucking half an hour, but that's classic me. Oh, actually, 2 things I wanna. You know what? Actually, let's just do a quick update. Ah, fuck! I turned the ring light on and I forgot how bright it was. Let me press this button. Back button. Wow. First of all, can I just say, I found there's a plugin now for the Stream Deck. Right, you know all the stupid camera settings that I have to, every time I moved to these cameras, I had to go in. I had to like right-click the camera, go into the properties, like go into the Windows camera properties, change the focal distance, change the exposure manually every fucking time, right? I found a fucking Stream Deck plugin that can just change those at the press of a Stream Deck button. So the button that I have that changes to these two cameras just sets all those settings every time. So I don't have to do that anymore, which, excellent. Why do I have so many bottle corks? These are the nice metal ones off Beluga vodkas. My nice vodkas, my special nice vodka boys. I was going to try and take the metal bits off. I extracted the fish. The labels have these like metal fish on. And I used a heat gun to get the fish off. I don't really know what to do with the fish, but I don't want to throw them away because look at them. It's a nice little metal fish. I don't really. That one's really. These are off 3 different kinds of vodka, and you can see one's really shiny, and one's like dull, and one's like it's almost like a bronze, silver, and gold. the one bottle of vodka I've got left, because Beluga are a Russian company, which means you can't buy their vodka anymore in the UK. So the one bottle I've got left, which I bought before the war. Actually, I didn't. I bought it just after the war started because Amazon went, oh my god, it looked really bad for us to be selling Russian products. So they were just like, okay, we're gonna sell off all of our stock for nothing. We're just gonna sell our stock at a loss. So I got a stock that Amazon already had and had already purchased. So I got a like £300 bottle of vodka for like 60, which is still quite expensive for a bottle of vodka, to be clear. 60 quid's a lot for a bottle of vodka, but it's like a £300 bottle of vodka. And it came, and I didn't realize, right? I just saw it was a nice bottle of vodka. I didn't realize it came with 3 little shot glasses, which have again these nice fish on and nice shot glasses. But it came in this fucking like Napa leather fucking case with velvet. And I'm like, I wouldn't have bought it if I knew it had all of this fucking leather on, because I'm a vegan. Whatever. So it's in this ludicrous case. It's like a luxury car, the case the fucking vodka is in. And the vodka itself, right, the label, it's not a label. No, it's a saddle. It's a little saddle. It's an actual saddle with little buckles and little leather straps. And it's the label's like a saddle that's on, because it's like for horse racing. It's like a noble horse. The gold ones are based off a boat, transatlantic. The one I got is for like a horse race, some Russian horse race. And it's got a saddle on it. A little saddle with all these little buckles, and it's just all wild. Wild. Notably, I did actually go on Amazon, just out of curiosity. I was like, I wonder if they're still selling. And they do actually, there is still some noble vodka on there that they're selling for still nothing. So I'm centering that properly. Apologies for the wobble. That bottle cost £1,000 now. I did debate just not opening it and just being like, because several people have looked at it because I haven't opened it. And several people, I saw it and they were like, oh my god, what's that? And I'm explaining it. And they're like, oh my god, don't open that and sell it. And I'm like, The thing is, right, when I buy something, I usually buy it to use it. That's what I remember I bought a pop vinyl. I own one pop vinyl. I'm actually gonna, hang on. I bought one pop vinyl in my life. Oh god, yeah, right. I bought one pop vinyl. Also, I bought some other stuff which I'm gonna show you. I bought one pop vinyl in my life from a pop vinyl store in Bury, of all fucking places. There with a friend. And pop vinyl people have noticed, they take fucking pop vinyls really seriously. No fucking shade to you if you like your fucking pop vinyls, right? But pop vinyl people who collect pop vinyls and they keep them and they put them all in a big stack, all in the box, and you don't know what's in the boxes, I'm gonna be honest, I think that's fucking weird as shit. So I bought one pop vinyl from the shop, specifically because it's the worst pop vinyl I've ever seen in my life, and I find it so fucking funny. It's a pop vinyl of Riddler from the Batman. Like, Gimp Riddler with his fucking duct tape as he's about to commit a brutal murder. And I know, abstracting it into a little, like, cute pop vinyl is the funniest fucking thing. That's the funniest fucking thing. It's fucking hideous, and it's fucking funny to me. That is so fucking funny. But I bought this, and I remember in the shop, like, they sell, like, the little protectors for the boxes and stuff like that. And I ripped the box open in the shop, and the guy looked at me, and he looked really sad. And they were like, no, don't open the box. I ripped the box. Ripped it. Ripped the fucking box open, and I put it in my pocket. Hilarious. I like this because it's awful. Just to be, look, he's a gimp murderer. He's a gimp. He's literally a very serious gimp murderer terrorist, and he's been made into a little cute vinyl toy. It feels so inappropriate. So fucking funny. Why is he green? Because he's green. He's the Riddler. He's green. That's the color of the Riddler. He wears green. Riddle me this, Batman. Ooh, I'm a Riddler boy. Riddle, riddle, diddle, diddle. But he's a terrorist. He's an incel terrorist in the Batman. Murderer incel. But he's a little duct tape. Stupid as shit. So fucking funny. Anyway. Oh. Knives. Let me just... Fucking iPhones and iPods everywhere. Actually, I should separate the iPhones and iPods out. iPhone, iPod. There the iPod. Right, there the iPods. These are the iPhones. So that's the fourth, fifth. That's another four. My just briefly favorite first gen. Oh, his boy was expensive, and he works. But I haven't been. I need to get a SIM card to make it to act. Whatever. I'll go Google it. The Riddler, the Batman. No, he wears an army green coat. Now, notably, looking at pictures, he is actually this green. It's just he's always in incredibly dark rooms, so he doesn't look that green. But if you put him in a fully lit room, he would be this green. Looking at pictures of him. But yeah, his coat's like army green. I don't think his mask is... His mask is like a shiny mask, so I don't think it's meant that they're like the same shade, but I think they've clearly done it. But he is that green. He's just always in the dark, because it's a dark movie. It's very... almost aggressively dark film, but I think that's so funny. I fucking love that. I think that's so fucking funny. Also, I'm going to show you these briefly before we start. Now, it's going to be a problem for the backlog slog. Since I stopped the backlog slog, I'm going to start collecting Xbox games. Because when I was going into like CEXs and stuff, and you'd only ever find a few. Right? They were rare enough that there'd only be a few. But also, they are fucking worthless. Nobody fucking buys Xbox games, original Xbox games. You know, I see GameCube games and like N64 games, and even Dreamcast games. They're all fucking expensive, right? And there's like 7,000 million PS2 games. But original Xbox games, there's 100 exclusives. Only 100. And... in total, I think there's only like 500 games, I think, for the whole system. Like, it's not a big system. So the games are really cheap. They're reasonably rare. And no one collects them. So I went, oh, fuck, this is... You know, and I like my Xbox quite a lot. And I went, oh, you know what? This seems like a fun thing to try and collect. So I started... When I'm out with friends and stuff like that, we'll always sort of... If we're nearby a little town that has a CEX in, I will always go to the little town and go to the CEX. And my friend, who I was doing this with a lot, he was jealous of me collecting Xbox games. And he was like, I want something like that. So he started collecting PS Vita games. Now, if you've collected any PS Vita games ever, they're expensive. They're rare and expensive. So we'll go into a CEX. And we did this the other day. We went to a few CEXs around the place. And he bought 5 games. He bought 5, over like 6 different CEXs, he bought 5 PS Vita games. And at the end of the day, we tallied how much we'd spent, right? He bought 5 PS Vita games, and it cost him £65, right? £65. Now, I tallied how much I'd spent, right? I had spent £50, right? I just want to see how many games I got for £50. Right? He got 5 games for £65, right? I got this many games for £50, right? Yeah. I quite like collecting Xbox games. You can get fucked on for nothing. And it's like shit everyone's forgotten about, right? It's just shit everyone fucking forgets about, and I think it's a novel. Like, oh god, it's quite a tall collection. And my rule is, if I think a game looks semi-interesting, I'll buy it. If it's like under £5. But the one thing I'm trying to collect all of is all the only on Xbox. Because as I say, there's only like 100 of them. And that's one. Not a Scooby what it is, but that's a piece of shit. Amped 2, which I didn't own. Fucking, I bought that because Daniel did a video on it as part of Fuck Yeah. It was the video request that we got for Fuck Yeah video games. For him to do a plays video on, so I bought it. For, you know, some of these are fucking bad. But whatever, okay. I've cleaned them all, by the way. I've cleaned all the fronts and I've got the labels off. I've got Fight Club, because that sounds stupid. Stranger's Wrath. Good thing. The second, I don't know what that is, but it's exclusive. There's some lot of shit looking. This is the thing. There's a lot of shit looking exclusives on the original Xbox. And again, there's only like 100. And because no one ever really owned an original Xbox and no one really gave a fuck, no one cares about them. And no one's thought about them. Like, outside of a few, like Stranger's Wrath or like, I don't know, the odd one, where this obviously got ports recently. Like, you can get this on the Switch and stuff now. This is not a forgotten about game. This is a gem, right? People like. But then there's other ones like this. Still Life, which the producers of Siberia 1 and 2 are proud to present Still Life, a young FBI agent who's investigating a serial murder case. So, it's an adventure game set in modern Chicago and Prague in the 1920s, simultaneously. Fine. Rich and intriguing characters, crime scene investigations of gruesome serial homicides, challenging puzzles, beautifully detailed environments, breathtaking cinematics, 18 plus. Only on Xbox. And some of these, and now one of the things I quite like about original Xbox games as well, as Mr. Chestnut has just sort of vaguely alluded to, is because Microsoft like their back compatibility, a lot of these games, right, I can take the disc, put it in a modern Series X, Xbox Series X, and then play the game at 4K 60 with this disc. Which, there's a double sale reason for them then, all of a sudden, right? Like, there's a double thing. It's not like, not all of them. Only original Xbox, there's not that many, but a lot of them. There's this, Azoric, Rise of Pytheria. Rise of Parathia? No fucking idea. It looks like shit. It looks like shit. Looks like shit. Control the elements by mastering a weapon. Restore balance to the universe. It just looks like shit. No loading screens. Advanced non-linear gameplay allows you to roam freely from realm to realm. Wow. Only on Xbox. I'm so excited to, like, play these on the backlog slog eventually. When I finally get back to it, which I know I keep saying I'm going to get back to it, but fucking give me a break, man. I always like as well, you can tell when the game was made based on what Xbox controller is in the manual, because you can tell this was an early Xbox original game because it's got the Duke in. Later ones actually use the, controller, but the early ones use the big controller, which I really enjoy. Yeah. I also quite like as well, in the thing, the Azoric TM Rise of Pytheria, also TM. It's got two. Oh my god, there's two. It's also not in focus because I haven't set the focus. But the point stands. It's yes, piece of shit. Forgotten about piece of shit. Big Chestnut said that isn't a game, but yeah, a lot of them aren't. But then Mad Dash Racing, which is an IDOS game. It's an IDOS game. It's an Xbox original exclusive IDOS game where it's a racing game, but everyone's just running. like you're just running. Like, It's just you're just running. It looks like shit Mario Kart, where you're running instead of being in a car. You're just running. Groove to a bass-pounding soundtrack by Moby, Fatboy Slim, The Crystal Method, Propeller Heads, Mystifio Odyssey, Uberzone, Meat Beat Manifesto, MDFMK, Junior Reactor, and more. Now, if this isn't a fucking... the early 2000s, I don't know what it is. It just looks like shit. Crystal Dynamics and Ideos. Like, Xbox exclusive. I don't think anyone gives a fuck. Blade 2, which just sounds stupid. Freedom Fighters from the makers of Hitman 2. It's a Manhattan. You're playing Manhattan. It's like a you know, there's like Freedom Fighter, like not freedom, you know, like a Just Cause game where you're like fighting a thing in an open world city. It's that, but it's in Manhattan for some reason. Also made by IO Interactive, because again, Hitman 2. Not all of them come with a manual, unfortunately, but made by IO, which wild, right? Micro Machines, because good. Mech Assault. Now, Mech Assault. Why? I bought 2 copies of the same game on the same fucking day. Why did I do that? I've done that a few times. I've got a few duplicates because I haven't really been keeping track, but the nice thing about Xbox games is they're fucking worthless. So, like, I spent, like, £1 on them. So, like, and frankly, I don't mind having extras purely because these cases, these, like, green cases, the only way you can get more is having spares. So sometimes I'll just like having spares. Okay, I've got 2 of those. I'm just going to ignore that. Mech Assault is a game where, infamously, it has this wonderful controller. It's just this huge controller that you plug into the original Xbox with like loads of levers and joysticks on it and buttons, just for controlling a mech. And it's like, it's kind of rare, but it's universally considered quite cool. And CEX just have a couple of these in the country. It's like a £300 fucking pound controller, and you don't need it to play the game. But since I've kind of committed to collecting original Xbox shit that's exclusive to the original Xbox, that controller feels like the holy grail. But it's also seemingly more expensive than, like, I can get like 60 billion Xbox games for the price of that controller, but I still want it. Make sure it's linked it. Rad controller, right? CX does have a few. It's got 2 fucking joysticks and a throttle and like some dials and rad. It's for Steel Battalion, not for Mech Assault, but it's a mech game, right? Rad. That's only an Xbox. A Dungeons and Dragons game, also only an Xbox. Dungeons and Dragons Heroes. Made by Atari. Oh. Info games. Oh, a competition. Oh. Wow. You'll be entered into a monthly draw to win 5 recent Info Games titles. What platform will you play this on? PS1, PS2, Xbox, GameCube, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advanced, or PC? All right. Which of the following do you own? PS1, PS2, Xbox, GameCube, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advanced, PC, or a DVD player, in brackets, not in PC. All right. Put that back in there. Like, it just... So many of these fucking exclusives look like shit. Like, I wouldn't have bought most of these if they weren't only... Like, my rule is I'm trying to buy all the only on Xbox games. Because there's like 100, and as I say, these are like a few quid. The most I've spent on an Xbox game was 40. But prior to that, the most I'd spent on one had been like a tenner. And the one I paid 40 for was just like a rare one. It was a FromSoft one. Actually, Wait, let me find it. My Xbox collection now, not excluding this pile, takes up 3 different Billy shelves. But anyway, this, a Togi, Myth of Demons, which you can buy on Xbox. You can still buy, like, if you want to play this on a modern Xbox, you can just buy it off the Xbox store for like a tenner. This is a FromSoft game. This is a FromSoft only an Xbox game, and it's considered to be the first in the, like, that sort of FromSoft style lineage, like the Souls style lineage. Like, it's not a Souls game, and it's not even really a Souls-like, necessarily. I mean, it is in some ways, but from what I can tell, FromSoft considers this to be, like, the first in that lineage. It's like a great-great-grandfather of Dark Souls, but it is there, and it's fascinating. This was the one I spent £40 on this. This was an expensive one. Fantastic, Nick. And again, you can get it. This is one of those games that is fully back compatible on a new Xbox. But any games that are fully back compatible on, like, the new Xbox, you can actually just buy direct from Microsoft, you know, on the store. And they're all like a tenner. It's just nice having them. Excited for that one. Project Snowblind. A lot of these, again, like, I look at it and I'm like, that looks like shit. That looks like generic, boring, mid-2000s shit. And it's made by Crystal Dynamics and Eidos, and I'm like, what? And it's like £1? And I'm like, fuck it. It's £1. I'll take a fucking, like, carve. It's a fucking... It's a fucking jet ski racing game. And it was 50p. Project Gotham Racing 2, that's famous. Again, there's another one that looks like shit. That font is so difficult to read that I'm actually not entirely sure. I think it says Razor's Hell? Like R-A-Z-E''S, hell. Absolutely looks like shit. Only an Xbox. Only an Xbox. And I don't understand it, because you're looking at it and you're like, oh, it's like a... Whoa, it's hell. But then you like look at it, it's like a fucking Big the Cat thing, and these little fucking... What the fuck? It's like a little pink fucker. They're callous, they're diabolical, and they're really cute. Like... The Culet's colonization efforts have taken a turn for the vicious until the newly transformed Rey shows up. As Reys, you must vanquish the twisted princess and her invading forces of Culets by any means necessary. Run and gun. Okay, so what I can tell is that you're playing like these evil-looking motherfuckers, and all these cute-looking motherfuckers are actually invading you, and you're having to kill all these cute-looking motherfuckers. There appears to be a picture of you in like a rainbow unicorn land, and you're brutally murdering one of these little cute fuckers, and they're exploding into blood, which... Fascinating. From Majesco Entertainment. Never heard of it. Never heard of them. Not a Scooby. Never heard anyone ever mention this game in my entire life. It's only on Xbox. It was £3. Fuck it. Curious. Galleon, from the creator of Lara Croft. Singular, creator of Lara Croft. Lara Croft. I'm going to be honest, right? If you're doing a cover art, you know when they usually do the cover art, they'll do like, look, here's an actual face of the new art. They didn't do any art. They just posed the in-game models, and the in-game models look shite. Absolutely shite. SCI game. It's an SCI game. SCI software game. Like, I don't even know. Female company. Oh, there's a romance section. This is female company for Rama, who's the main character, I'm assuming, includes Faith, redhead mystic healer, and Nikoko, martial arts master. Just really getting with those video game women trends. Looks like absolute shit. Was it £1? Jaeger, THQ game. No idea. Again, super cheap, so I got it. S6 on tour. Magic the Gathering Battlegrounds, and only an Xbox exclusive Magic the Gathering game. Which again I just bought because it's only an Xbox game. Atari also made it. Looks like shit. But it's got that little mark, which means I want it. And then this, which... I don't know what the fuck this is. It's so exclusive they wrote it on 3 separate fucking times. In, for some reason, English... Finnish, and Swedish. So apparently it's 3 major markets: is England, Finland, and Sweden. because it's got them on the fucking cover. Xbox Music Maker. Like, I've never seen a cover like this where it's just in triple languages. Like, it's just in 3 languages altogether. They've just written everything 3 separate times on the fucking cover. It's a karaoke game. Now, notably, it did not come with the microphone. Ah, fuck it, I don't care. It's just a karaoke game. Like, but it's like, oh, if you transfer photos to your Xbox, because it has a hard drive, right? You can just transfer stuff by USB. You can look at photos. It's like, well, it's got visualizers when you play. Absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Not a Scooby, but it's a fun thing with the collection. And Quantum Redshift, which I actually might already have. Come to think of it. Oh my god, what's happened to that? What the fuck's happened there? I don't know what's happened to that. Weird. I think I might already have Quantum Redshift. Another argument I've had with my friend slightly is that he's got a spreadsheet. He's got like a big spreadsheet for his Vita thing. I haven't bothered for mine. Like, I've got an Xbox spreadsheet which lists every Xbox game, and really I should just, you know, upload it to Google Docs and like just, you know, mark them as gotten. I just haven't bothered. Yeah, and I've just games I've bought duplicates of, and like, again, the fact of the matter is they're all so fucking cheap that if I get a duplicate, I'm not really bothered. Like, I'm just kind of going, I'm like, I don't remember buying that one, and I'm buying it. And again, I got this many games for 50 quid. Like, all of the, well, aside from Otogi. Actually, notably Mad Dash. On the side, you can tell, some of them you can tell that have been bleached. And you can see, look, this one's clearly bleached. It's clearly been in the sun directly because the Xbox logo has become blue and that's become blue. So like that's a better, and that's a bit ripped, that cover. So that's a better actual cover of it. So, yeah, but the cheap as shit. Really fun collecting them, I'm gonna be honest. But point is, it's gonna be a problem with the backlog slog because oh my fucking god, I've bought so many fucking Xbox games. I've bought so many fucking Xbox games. Like, this is what I bought this weekend. I've got a lot more. Xbox special stream. No. It won't be an Xbox special stream. It will have to be like... It'll have to be like 4 streams. Like, genuinely, I'd like hundreds of them. It's going to take me weeks to go through them. Like, it's going to be a process to go through all the fucking Xbox games. Month of Xbox. Yeah. I mean, I need to let me go back to this screen. There's nothing to show aside from my broken Satisfactory mug. Yeah, no, I need to get a good capturing solution for the Xbox. Because it stands. My previous solution kind of worked. And I'd definitely suggest that there's this really good fucking composite HDMI adapter that I was looking at, but it's like fucking £300. And I don't really care that much, you know? I need to find, because the one I have isn't good enough. Like, it keeps having issues and bugs and like flashing and stuff like that. And it's displaying stuff incorrectly. So I want something nicer than one I've got, but I equally don't want to spend £300 on one. So it's trying to find something which, you know, is in the middle of those price ranges somewhere. You know, maybe something that cost me like, I don't know, £30, £40 maybe. Not £10, not £300, you know. It's a problem for later. Most things are a problem for later. Well, but since I started buying these games, right, since I last did the backlog slog stream on the Xbox, I have not plugged my original Xbox in. I have not tried a single one of these games. So that's gonna be a hoot. Gonna be a hoot. It's fine. Anyway, Bye, XP Cookie. Anyway, I'm going to stream now. I'm streaming. I've been streaming. I'm going to do a game. The question of the... Oh, wait, shit, Neil has 30 months. It's not... It's fine. Thank you for 30 months. I was disappointed. Like, how dare you? I read 30 months. Oh, that's 1 month more than... And then another thing, and I kind of assumed that was a baby, but no, it wasn't. It's fine. Game-wise. I've got 2 backlogs. As an aside, by the way, backlogs log related. Fuck me. When my PC broke and I had to reinstall everything, in the few days my fucking PC was broken for, the Steam integration for GOG Galaxy completely fucking broke. And if you already had it installed, it would have it kind of broke, but it would still like show all your games. But for me, who had to reset it up from scratch, it just meant I can't even import them at all. And several people were like, try Play Night, which is like an alternative sort of launcher. So I downloaded fucking Play Night. I set up fucking Play Night, and for some goddamn reason on my computer, it is the laggiest fucking thing. It just hangs. It just fucking... Oh my god, I thought... So he was suggesting, oh, it's these settings or these things, and I've messed with everything, and nothing fixes it. And it's classic me to just have this really fucking niche problem that no one else seems to fucking have. So I don't fucking... I'm going to show you. Do you want to see it? All right, so... You're going to see, this is my Play Night. Cropped, but it doesn't really matter, right? Now I'm going to scroll down, right? I'll scroll down. Up. And there we go. That was the entire scrolling. It was 4 frames. Let's scroll back up. There we go. Scroll back up. Oh, there we go. Oh, almost. Scroll a bit more. Oh. Okie dokie. Yeah, it just does that. Don't know why. Doesn't matter what my settings are. Just does it. Don't know why. It's great. Love it. It's excellent. It's just, you know, exactly what I want. Exactly what I want. So I've had GOG on, but my Steam games aren't in GOG anymore. Actually, let me tell you what GOG integrations have stopped working, right? The Steam integration doesn't work anymore. The Uplay integration doesn't work anymore. The PlayStation integration doesn't work anymore. And the Rockstar integration doesn't work anymore. The only integrations which work are GOG, obviously, the Epic Store, the Xbox, like Game Pass, Origin, and Humble. Which, admittedly, does account for a large amount of games. Right, it accounts for about 1,300 of the games I own. But it's not even hot, you know. Fuck me. There's people trying to fix it currently. Fuck me. So, there's options for what I can play here, right? I was going to do a poll on Twitter, but fucking Elon's literally removing Twitter. Not going to let... Soon, right, Elon Musk is removing the ability for people who aren't paying the... fucking £11 a month to vote in Twitter polls. Like, you won't be able to vote in Twitter polls unless you're paying the fucking £11 a month. £11 absolutely ridiculous. And soon you're going to get half the ads. Wow, what a deal. You know the only thing, right? I use Hive. I put everything... I've actually started just cross-posting everything. I'll put it on Hive, and I'll also put it on Twitter and Tumblr. I'll just... Fuck it. But I was just... There was one thing I kept going to Twitter for. It was polls. Because Twitter's the kind of place where if you want a load of answers to something really quickly and casually, you'll get the most from Twitter, right? Because people just click it. It's easy. You know, because I can link to a poll. Like, I can link to, like, a fucking poll page and people. But if it's in the feed, people are just going to click on it, right? And if I have, like, a stupid question, like, oh, what's your least favorite? What do you think is the worst Star Trek episode? You know, like, it's... Because Hive... First of all, Hive polls are currently disabled because... everything's fucking been disabled in Hive, slowly being come back. But even if the Hive polls were a thing, no one's on fucking Hive, I'd get like 2 fucking responses. If I put a poll on Twitter, it gets like 1,000. But yeah, Twitter is turning that off. Oh yeah, no, they disabled 2-factor via text, which I will say, I thought was a stupid move of them, and I didn't like it. But at the same time, it wasn't a big deal as everyone was making out, because you could do 2-factor with, like, any 2-factor app, like Authy, or Step 2, or Google Authenticator, which honestly, if you're doing two-factor, you should probably do it through a two-factor authentication app rather than texts, because it's a bit more secure. Whatever. Also removing the old verified ticks next month as well. So all those people, you thought you know, all those people, those notable people that you want to know are real, you're not going to know anymore. It's going to be a fucking guessing game. Because, of course, if you pay for the blue tick now, you're just paying for the tick. It's not verification. You're just paying for a tick. It doesn't verify who you are, which obviously is relevant for people who are notable because you want to know if the notable person is the actual notable person or if it's someone who's whatever. Annoyingly, I applied for verification with Instagram and TikTok for the Nerdcube channel. And I got denied on Instagram because, specifically, I can tell you the actual thing. Your account wasn't verified because it's fewer than 180 days old. And I'm like, why the fuck does that matter? Sure, if anything, that's more of a reason for it to be verified because it makes it more like. Why would it matter if it's less than 180 days old? Oh, your post won't show. Yeah, they're only allowing verified. Fuck, what was that? There was a horrible hiss in my headphones then. What the fuck was that? I don't know if that came through on stream, but it came through my headphones. Yeah, no, in the For You section of Twitter, there's the following section, but there's also the For You section. In the For You section, only verified accounts are going to show up in the For You section. And all of this is, and I quote, to stop bots, which, okay. I believe you. Yeah, so just undermining the whole thing. It's fine, classic. It's classic Twitter. It's classic Twitter. So yeah, I still recommend Hive. I mean, I use Hive on desktop. Like I use Hive on Mac. I installed the iOS app on Mac OS. You can do the Apple Silicon. And on Windows 11, on a lot of hardware, you can install Android apps natively. So I just installed the Hive. I just downloaded the Hive APK and installed it on Windows, and it just runs through Android. Which, yeah, I don't like. I don't like that I have to fucking run it through a fucking virtualized bit of software, basically. But both operating systems have official support for running Android and iOS. So that's what I do. And also, but also, Hive is kind of still fucking broken, frankly. It's still got a lot of issues. And they've not re-enabled most of the fucking features. Like, they've not re-enabled polls or the Q&A thing. And it still doesn't have two-factor authentication. And also, no one's fucking there. Like, it's the thing it's an app I open every day. And I'll open it. And, like, in the last week, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's been 10 posts in the past week on my feed. And I follow 324 people. And in the past week, only 10 posts have existed. And in those 10 posts are from 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Those 10 posts are 4 people's worth of posts. Like, no one's fucking using it. And I'm making a point to just, if I'm tweeting it, like, I'm putting everything on there. Just because. But no one's fucking using it, which is frustrating. But I kind of get it, because I'm using it. I'm like, okay, it just feels like fighting it a bit. But fuck Twitter, man. Fuck it. Well, TikTok is looking to be banned in the US. Which, frankly, is classic US. That's classic United States. Being like, we're for freedom! We're for freedom! And we're for competition in the marketplace and the free market economics, and we're for freedom of expression. And they are absolutely not for that, because they're massive hypocrites, because they're America. Like, I don't know why you'd ever... Like, honestly, I keep seeing, like, clips and stuff of, like, the fucking congressional hearing for TikTok. And people are like, oh my god, these people are so out of touch. And I'm like, have you not known that? It's not even that they're out of touch. Like, it's classic Red Scare. They're doing the Red Scare thing. It's like, it's the Chinese Communist Party. And I'm like, oh no, the communist. It's classic. It's, honestly, it's classic America. And it's everything that's happening, I'm like, yeah, it's just peak America. Peak fucking America, right? Peak America. And you know, like, there's genuine problems with TikTok that should be like looked into, right? But like, all the questions were like, China, are you owned by China? And there's like, and all the questions were basically, you take user data. And he's like, yeah. And he's like, do you sell it? And he's like, no. And he's like, well, you shouldn't sell it. And he's like, but everyone else does. Like, he kept being like, yeah, well, Facebook collects more data and they sell it. Like, his absolute massive double standard. And it was very tech illiterate. And it was fucking, I mean, it's the classic fucking comment of someone being like, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network? And he's like, if the Wi-Fi's on, and he's like, so if the Wi-Fi's on, can TikTok access my home Wi-Fi network? And he's like, well, it has to access the internet. Just fucking pathetic. Peak America. Like a load of old white people in America, like being scared of communists and being like really anti-competitive and anti-free speech and anti-civil liberties and blah, 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 because that's peak America, because America can sit there and pretend they're the leader of the free fucking world and peak freedom all you want. But honestly, they're a very oppressed country with a very oppressive set of laws. And, they're anti-competitive. It's fucking America, man. But there's this whole thing being like, oh, America don't got to ban TikTok. And there's this seeming attitude about, oh, TikTok's going to be, like, this isn't to say that Americans here and Americans on TikTok aren't important, but they are a small minority of the people in the world on the internet. So, like, several people have been like, oh my God, you're joining TikTok as it's about to be banned. And it's like, if TikTok's banned in America, like, it sucks. But the rest of the world does still exist. Colonel Chocomel, the answer here is better data privacy laws, but that costs US companies money. Well, that's it. Honestly, the solution is like an American GDPR. And some politicians were kind of alluding to that, but there's clearly this thing of trying to just target TikTok, because I'm assuming they have been lobbied quite heavily by the other tech companies, like Google and Amazon and Meta, because it would harm US businesses, and they don't really care about non-US businesses, even though TikTok, like most businesses, has a US arm, right? That is a US business that hires US employees and is paying money in the US, blah, blah, blah. It's very standard. It's very standard. Also, everyone will just move to another app. Well, no, this is the thing. The only other apps that you're going to move to are TikTok. Are Instagram Reels or YouTube Shorts, both American-owned apps, which is clearly the point, right? I mean, this is clearly the back-end point. Like, they don't really care if the same thing's being done on, like, American apps, but it's being done by a foreign app. We don't like that. It's being done by a foreign app, which might have ties to China. China that has ties to China, even though every fucking technology company has ties to China. Like, the user data is available in China and they can ask your Chinese employees to do it. It's like, yeah, but every fucking tech company has Chinese employees. Every fucking tech company will have that exact same problem. Hilarious. Anyway, game options. Right, I'm going to do a poll. I'm going to do a poll on here because I used to do polls on Twitter for also what I'd play, but I realized I was doing those polls, and most people who were voting in the polls obviously aren't coming to watch the streams, which is fine, but it just meant that often people who are actually coming to watch the streams would want a different game than the overall opinion. So I feel it's better to just ask people who are actually here. So Resident Evil Village, Resident Evil 4, the remake. Which I don't own, but I'll just buy and download if that's the thing. Ghostwire Tokyo, which is a game I bought in a sale, which is weird. Weird little thing. Weird little horror thing. Terra Nil, the kind of chill game where you go and you repair an environment and leave nothing behind, which came out today. And I guess KSP 2. because apparently they've fixed it. So not completely, but at the bare minimum, you can actually plan maneuver nodes, and apparently your ships are slightly less likely to just disintegrate on the launch platform. Which I played KSP once when it came out, right? And I built a ship, and I put it on the pad, and every time I loaded it onto the pad, it just fell apart. Like it was like none of the components were actually attached in any way. It's like everything was just vaguely stacked on top of each other, and nothing was physically bolted together, and it would just fall apart. And it'd fall apart and explode. I'm like, what the fuck's happening? Like, I built like a really simple rocket, and I'm like, what the fuck? So then I went back and reloaded, and I built a new rocket, like a tiny one, and it did the same thing. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? I didn't even take off a ship because every single thing I built fell apart. But apparently they fixed it to a certain degree. Go to a 3-minute poll. It's at the top of the chat. Vote in the poll. Ewan, I still can't reload anything big. In the VAB, it loads underground, so I have to build it in one go. I can't save and come back to it, or it'll be under the building. Classic. It's not in a good position, KSP2. I find it a bit odd that they've released it now. I think they've released it now as a sort of contractual thing, because it's not in a state even of early access. Like the whole point of KSP2, right? That the end goal is that you're supposed to be able to do inter-system. Like it's supposed to be able to fly to other solar systems and do colonizations of other solar systems. Like that's the big extra thing KSP2 is supposed to have, right? And like multiplayer and just some added quality. Like it's supposed to add a lot of this extra layer to KSP. But it's launched without any. It's launched with just the same solar system as KSP1, with less features than KSP1, and with more bugs than KSP1. So it's like they've just released a game that is worse than KSP1 in every way. So clearly there's no reason it should have been released in early access now. But it must have been a contractual thing. KSP2's had a bit of trouble development anyway, but it's an interesting little thing. It's got some cool stuff in it. I mean, the procedural wings, like being able to the new wings seem really cool. But yeah, no, like a lot of people are like, don't buy KSP2. I got KSP2 for free. I got a code for KSP2. I would not have bought KSP2. Like, what did I get a code for? Yeah, out of those 5 games that I've put there, the only one I've gotten for free is KSP2. And I've just told you how shit KSP2 is, so that's how you know I'm non-biased. I bought the others, but I haven't bought Resident Evil 4 yet. I do want to play Resident Evil 4, but it was a game that I was kind of like, oh, I'll buy it if people want me to play it today, but if not, I'll just wait. Wait, settling of the planets and systems, what the fuck we'll be able to build a city? So one of the big things of KSP2 is that the vehicle builder, when you're in the vehicle assembly building, one of the touted features, and I'm not sure if it's in it yet, but one of the whole points of it is that you can access a lot of those features in orbit, or like not in the VAB. It's the idea is you could actually bring parts to another planet and then actually physically construct them into something new there. Like it's not like a city builder or anything. Like you physically, like KSP, like you will have to land things on the surface and stuff like that. Or in theory, take like a cargo ship full of like a physical element, and then physically take them off, and then actually physically attach them together on the surface and actually make like a base. And I think the end thing is that so you can build other launch platforms. I don't exactly know how they're going to do it, but it's going to be in an organic, very Kerbal way, which sounds quite fun. But my thing with KSP is that in KSP1, KSP2 is 1, surprisingly. Terra Nil is number 2, and no one cares about Resident Evil Village, which I thought was going to be the most interesting one, but that's fine. Resident Evil 4 remake block. One of the notable things about it is it's not a straight remake. They've changed the whole thing apparently. Like it's a proper remake. Like it's a remake in the same way that Mafia 1 was a remake. Actually, it's a bit more because I know like when you go to that first house, the whole thing's different and they've expanded on it. Like it's the same thing, but it's a different game still. They've like expanded on the original. There's a demo. I tried the demo because that's the I want to do all those. I want to do Village because I want to sit. I said when I did 7, I always said I want to go to 8, and I modded 8 to make it work properly. Because for some reason, 7 has a field of view slider, and even though 8 is in the exact same engine and is a direct continuation of 7, 8 does not have a field of view slider. Bizarrely. I'm not saying buy it, I'm saying try the demo. Try the demo. There's a demo. If you've played Resi 4 and you know the opening, the demo's just the opening. It's you start and you go through the house and you go into the town. Because that kind of demonstrates how it's different, but also how it's the same. And the thing is, I've not actually played Resident Evil 4. I bought it on the Switch to play ages ago, and I just haven't got around to it. And there's actually there's still an argument for playing both the remake and the original. Like, they're still different enough. Apparently, the new one feels much more like a horror game. Like, it's much more tonally like Resi 7 and 8. Like proper horror-y. Whereas, obviously, the original doesn't. Oh, I've got to update KSP 2. Let's see how it runs. If it runs like shit and I can't do anything and it breaks, I'm just going to fucking go for Terra Nil. Fuck it. I played a complete Resident Evil 2 and 3 remake on my Steam Deck, and I want to play and complete the new one in the same way, but I did jump in public for the... Well, is it... The first Resident Evil game I actually probably played all the way through was 7, and I did it on stream. And I bought all the ones that are on the Switch, because I thought they're good Switch games, right? Like, those older ones are good Switch games. But much like most video games, I just don't get fucking around to it. Like, it's the same with TV. It's fucking... Games especially, right? Playing games is quite time-consuming. A lot of games are really fucking time-consuming. You know, even an older game like how long to beat? What's Resident Evil 4's how long to beat? Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4. Oh, that's interesting. How Long to Beat lists the new Resident Evil, the remake, as slightly shorter than the original. An hour... Like, the original says it's like a 16-hour game, and the new one's like a 14-hour game. That's interesting. Point is, Resident Evil 4, which is a smaller game, the Resident Evil games tend to be a bit shorter than a lot of these big AAA games. Like, it's like a... Main story, if you just sort of beelined it, is like 15.5 hours, How Long to Beat says. But main plus side missions is 20 hours. Completionist is 31 hours. All styles are 70.5. I think 70.5 is more what I'd probably play. Like, maybe 20. That's time... It's time-consuming. And it's a very focused thing that you're doing. I don't have much time, generally. And when I'm free, I'm usually fucking zoinked. It's why I don't play many games. I mean, it's why one of the reasons I'm into movies so much is movies are very quick and accessible. You know, even the longest movie is going to be like 3 hours. You know, 3.5. Malcolm X was 3.5. That was a fucking long film, but 3.5 hours. You know, it's an evening, less than an evening. You know, and even if a film is shit. It's 2 hours, whatever, right? And you can watch a film while doing something else, right? Some films I can just watch while doing something else. So, whereas a game is a lot longer, and you have to be obviously completely dedicated and focused to it. So it tends to be the thing that it's always the least likely thing I'll do, just because it's the most time-consuming thing. I didn't realize. There's a lot of games on the Switch that got ported because the Switch is so popular now. That everyone just started porting to it. And ports of, like, PS2 era, 360 era games are still quite, are quite common still. It's why the GTA collection was so fucking disappointing, because it's ripe for those kind of games, and they're my favorite collection of games ever, and they somehow made them worse. And I'm like, what the fuck have you done? Just ludicrous. Absolutely fucking ludicrous. Names and original. I have an issue with either binging TV or games, or just dropping them halfway through. Like, that's part of my thing. I don't know. There's just something about them. I have to be really in a really specific fucking mood to dedicate to spend 20 fucking hours really focused on doing a fucking game. And some of them I'm a bit like, oh, I don't know if I really like it, and so I don't tend to. That's a me thing, to be clear, but like, yeah, a lot of the newer big new AAA games tend to be really fucking long. There was something I was actually quite surprised about Resident Evil 7. Was that was it 7? Wait. Am I getting them right? Yeah, no, 7 is... It's not called 7. Is it called 7? It's 7, isn't it? It's called Biohazard. Yes. Okay, it just... The name Biohazard confused me. But yeah, that is a game. Right, how long to beat the... You can complete the whole thing in, like, less than 10 hours. If you're doing completionist, it's like 24 hours, which I wasn't. But I like to do all the missions and the side missions, but that's like 12 hours. That's 12 hours. That's quite short, relatively speaking, compared to AAA games. And I thought it was a fucking great length. I thought that was a perfect fucking length. It was really focused. And all the Resident Evil games seem to be about that length. Like, they all seem to be this shorter, more focused thing. Which, I'm into that. You know, so playing Resi 4 remakes, I'm totally into that conceptually. Biohazard of Resident Evil in Japan. You get Village, same thing. It's a short game. You know, I completed Resident Evil 7 in what, like 2 streams. It's a good stream game as well, just because it's not too long. Resident Evil, fucking the Kerbal's patching. It's all downloaded, just patching. Yeah, so I'm into those games. But a lot of big newer games just tend to be fucking longer. They just tend to be fucking longer. And it's why I end up gravitating towards games like Kerbal or even Satisfactory, or something where it's you're making your own sort of goals to a certain degree. Oh, thank you, Names Unoriginal. Also, BB Boob resubscribed 14 months, which I might have noticed before, but I didn't tick off, so I'm just saying it again. Like, what other games do I... What's in my list? Can't go... Like... It's notable, like... Okay, Ghostwire Tokyo is apparently also, like, an 11-hour game. It's like a Resident Evil length game, which is why I gravitated towards it a bit. But apparently it's not very good. It just looks visually interesting. But, like... There's games I've recommended lately. Right, like, Sifu was a game I spoke really highly of last year. It's a game Daniel spoke really highly of. I haven't completed Sifu. Like, I really enjoy Sifu. I bought Sifu on the Switch. Sifu's a 9-hour game. It's not a long game. I haven't completed it. I'm playing something, and I just something to try, and I just bomb, but, you know. Hi-Fi Rush, I started playing that, and I just bound, like, it's rare that like, Hitman 1, one of the reasons I actually really liked Hitman, the new one, so much when it first released, is because it was releasing them map by map. It felt very bite-sized, and I actually liked it being bite-sized because it meant that when I was like, this map is out, I can play that map, and it's like a few hours. You know, it didn't feel so, and I know it's just a mental thing, because obviously practically a game can come out with all the maps, so you can just play one of the maps, but it was just, mentally, it felt more accessible. So when the newer ones came out, and I haven't really played through all of 2 and 3, and so there's like fucking 15 extra maps, and I'm like, oh god, it's just a bit unsurmountable. Bye, Ewan. But yeah, Sifu's a long game, you know, like, I just, the only game recently I've actually played all the way through is I played all through Chia, which Daniel pronounces Tachia, which is not how you pronounce it. The T is sort of silent. It's not Chia, it's Chia. Like, there's like a T noise at the start of the Ch. Chia. Not Chia. It's such a tiny little inflection. But it's basically silent. He was like, Tachia! And oh my fucking god, if you've watched the Fab Games Friday, because that's just what the shorts are, in Timberborn, he says drought. I've never heard anyone pronounce drought as drought. I don't really know what to do about it, if I'm honest. it's just him saying drought, and you're just going to have to accept that he's saying drought. Okay, it's downloaded. Fantastic. Yeah, but I completed all of Chia, but the reason I ended up completing all of Chia was for that video and for that short, I got all the footage for it. For the other 2 games, actually, if you watched it, you'll notice the footage for all 3 games comes from different places. The footage for Domekeeper comes all from Daniel's stream. All of that footage is from Daniel's stream on Domekeeper. Timberborn, 90% of the footage is from Timberborn trailers. And then Chia, all of the footage is footage I've recorded. So they all had, but it was just, it depends on the game. Daniel did do a stream on Chia, but when I used that, it's so compressed and low resolution when it's streamed, and then because I'm putting it in vertical, I have to like zoom in quite a bit, and I have to zoom past the UI, and it's such a pretty game, and it looked so shit with the compressed, and it had all the UI in the way, and I'm like, oh no, I just want to record this clean without the UI, a nice high resolution, so I did. So all that footage is stuff I've recorded. So I went in, so I was playing it so I went into it playing it for work, which is a bit of a weird way to play it, just because I was playing it to get footage, not to play it. So I played for like 2 hours with no UI, and for the longest time I didn't know how the fuck I was meant to like control the boat. I didn't know how the fuck to speed up or slow down. I was so confused, and I didn't know I could when you're possessing an animal, they've got an ability on RT. Like, some of them can run, and some of them can poo, and some of them can dig, and some of them... I didn't know they could do that for, like, so long, because I didn't have the UI on. But then I finished that, and I played 2 hours. I went, oh, I'm really liking this. And I obviously took time off, and I'm taking time off, and I played it. That's what I played. I played Chia, and I really liked Chia. And I will say, I was like, Chia, I was playing, and I'm like, this is a 10 out of 10 game, this is the 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, and then, like, the third act is happening, and as the third act starts to happen, I'm like, oh no, fuck off. Absolutely fuck off. Fuck off. I was so annoyed, so fucked off at the third act, and it fucking took, like, a point or 2 off for me. The third act of that game fucked me off so goddamn much, and I don't want to say it I don't want to spoil it. Like, there's a narrative thing it does, and I actually am fine with the narrative. I'm fine with the narrative, but it does it in a bullshit way. It rushes through it. It rushes through the third act. It's like, here's a plot point. I'm like, whoa. For a game that was so slow, it just suddenly goes, here's a plot point. Also, well, here's the thing. It does that classic video game thing where it kind of takes control off you for a cutscene, and then your character does something really nonsensical in a cutscene, and then something happens that, if you were playing it, would be really easy to deal with, but in the cutscene was just like, oh my god, and then something calamitous happens, and you're like, what the fuck? And I'm like, that could have been solved either by being a bit slower, or the cutscene making it more insurmountable odds, or even doing it in gameplay, but making it unwinnable in gameplay, right? And then it would feel more natural. And then after that, it's doing a bit, and it's giving a load of reverence to like some characters, and I'm like, I met that guy fucking once for like 2 goddamn minutes. like it's this bit, and you're like being really reverent to this one character, and I'm like, literally, I spent, I think, 30 seconds with that character. I know nothing about them, and they were an asshole to me. And it's like, reverence over this character, and I'm like, why? I don't know, it felt a little rushed, the final act of that game. It's wonderful. And it's still well worth playing. It's a wonderful game, but that final act is rushed, honestly. I also wish the races and stuff had some sort of reward that wasn't just a trophy that doesn't really have a purpose. Doing the clearing like camps of enemies out in that game nets you like cosmetics and exploring net you abilities and doing rock piles net you spells for the ukulele and you know, things net you higher charge for your stamina or more charge for your jumping ability, like possession ability. But doing the race just gives you a trophy, and you can't. There's only one thing to do with the trophy, and it's a currency for 2 claw machines. And I'm like, well, and a bronze trophy's worth the same amount in the claw machines as the gold ones. There didn't really feel much point to doing them. Right, well, KSP 2 on the screen finally. Right, let me. Weird thing, KSP 2. I can't run it at full resolution. Like, the max resolution it lets me do is 3440 by 1440. Like, I can't run it in 4K. And I don't know why. I don't know why I can't run it in 4K. I don't know whether that's a general bug, or whether it's just a bug I'm having, or what, but it will not run in fucking... I'm also going to run it in 16:9 just to make it easier for the stream. Is it gonna capture the game? Oh my god, it is. Wow, it's capturing the game. Wow. Everything's a maximum. What's the frame rate gonna be? Probably shit. Yeah, look, it's just maxes out at that. It's in 1440p. Like, it's not even in 4K currently. Even in full screen, that's what it... I don't know why. Odd. Really bizarre. It's just at a weirdly low resolution. Don't know why. Let's change the game to KSP 2 properly. Oh my god, KSP 2. Kerbal. So... when I played Kerbal Space Program 1, you'll notice when I was doing streams a bit, I was kind of just fucking around. Because my thing is, KSP 2 is like, wow, you can go to other planets and stuff like that. And I'm like, that's cool. Neat, right? But I've been to, like, 3 planets in KSP 1. Like, 3, but I've not even been to, like, most of the planets in KSP 1. I just haven't. Like, well, there's 2 elements to it. Element 1 with Kerbal is that... I just want to see the thing I was trying to do. Well, actually, let's see if it'll load in now. It's where I found the fun. It's the same with Satisfactory. I did the same rule with Satisfactory. I don't look anything up as a general rule, right? Like Satisfactory, I was like, oh, there's all these calculators and stuff like that. And I'm like, no. The fun for me is making a thing and then stepping back and looking at that, and I've made and designed it and figured it out. And in Kerbal, that was always my thing as well. The joy of Kerbal to me was always... Oh. What the fuck's happened here? Oh. Alright. This was one of the ships I tried to make. One of the things I always tried to do in Kerbal, because I always thought it was a bit of fun, was I would make rockets that... I tried to do it I was trying to do it in KSP 1 as well. I'd make, like, big ships that had, like a shuttle bay. And the idea was the ship could fly anywhere and the shuttle bay could attach, and that's how you get in and out of orbit in it, and that's how you get to different planets. And like, I always thought that was fun. Like, I'm not very good at it, but I always just thought it was fun. But my point is, my rule in Kerbal was always just I figure it out myself. Like, I don't really know how to fly to different planets, and I hadn't really figured it out yet, so I just haven't. Like the stuff I'm doing, which is kind of stupid, but I learn it by doing. So I like it for that. It's fun. I like that kind of play. Let's see. Will this fall apart now? Let's just check. Because previously it just fell apart. It's a big ship, but it's a big ship, but the fucking yep. You notice, right? And this is what happened last time. Look, watch. It's like it's not attached to the supports. Oh, it's slashing now. Oh. And it's crashed. KSP 2, everyone. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. Hey, it's worth what I paid for it. That's true. It is worth what I paid for it, which was nothing. Jesus Christ. Yeah. So what was happening there? And this is what happened when I tried it last. I thought it might have been fixed now. So when you build a ship in Kerbal, obviously you build a ship and you attach it to the supports which you release after you've you release it to get off. It's holding it up. It's like the ship isn't attached to them. It's like it's not attached in any way. It just falls off like they're not attached. I don't know why. And I thought I was doing something wrong when I first got the game, because I thought, well, there's no reason that wouldn't work, surely. But no, it's just shit like that just doesn't work. So, that's good. Well, actually, you'll see. Look. I'm saying about how the ship I'm trying to build is a big ship with a shuttle bay. But look at that! Basically, it's what's on the screen currently. That's actually the layout of that at the top. There's these top 3 segments on this ship are basically what I'm trying to launch. Like, I'm launching a big ship. Like, I'm trying to launch a big ship, but that's... Like, you're supposed to be able to launch big. That's what the game is. Let's, Alright. If this is completely fucked, I'm just going to abandon it and go for... Oh, yeah, no, that's... Oh, I've loaded it. Okay. It's great. Okay, yeah, don't fucking training lesson me, cunt. No, I didn't even try. That's the problem. I didn't even try. Let's just... Yeah, look, like the layout at the top of that is basically what I was trying to build, but I put one of the new hydrogen engines below it. And I've just put this big fucking launch section. We just... 6 solid rocket boosters, 3 liquids. Big chunky boy engine. Just classic Kerbal design, right? Just more engines. But look, these are attached, right? These fucking supporters are attached. But the game acts like they're not attached. Let me just fucking... Let's reattach them. Because look, that's a ship, right? Wow, that's a ship. That's a ship. Wow, that's a spaceship. It goes near. It's a spaceship. Launch clamps, right? I will say, I'm a fan. I like the UI more. I like the UI is clearer. I love this, right? This blueprint mode where you can do stuff perfectly on a certain angle. Really cool. I'm a fan of that. Like, there's a lot of good stuff in it. It just needs to, work. Oh, trust me, I was not the one fucking up, I assure you. Oh, it's doing the symmetry properly now. It wasn't doing symmetry properly before as well, I was noticing. Like, there we go. Attach those. Just attach those. Let's see if that works. They're properly staged. I'm going to move that to... I'm going to purposely move that to stage 2. Launch the engine and then it goes, right? Let's see if it falls off again. Now I've re-added them. Will it do it again? KSP2, everyone. Just falls apart. Nothing even happened. That's just quite sad about KSP2. It like breaks without you even doing anything. You look, you just look at it, you know. It's Schrodinger's cat, but the cat has severe fucking depression. You know, like I don't. No, it looks like the stage. One of the problems apparently the game has is that the rockets are quite wobbly. Like the joint, it doesn't. There's no auto struts like KSP1. Auto strutting is not a thing. Which has basically resulted in a lot of people's workaround. Apparently, is just put 7,000 fucking struts on it. Like just over strut everything. Like, which is not something you do in KSP1, right? It's something you. I wouldn't say taught not to do, but you wouldn't do it in KSP1. They haven't even attached those clowns. They haven't even attached. But you know, a lot of what's falling apart is just that these two stages here, for example, are just breaking. Like, oh my god, no, what are you doing? Like, absolutely fucking ridiculous. Let's do mirror mode. Because, like, yeah, when I say people have been using struts over the top, I mean, like, hundreds of them. Not like just, I mean, hundreds of them on really simple rockets to just even vaguely reduce the chance of them falling apart. Like, not to stop them falling apart, to reduce the possibility of them falling apart. It's also very laggy. No auto strut, very frustrating. No rigid attachments either, also very frustrating. Admittedly, I built this before the update, so it's possible that some stuff's just broken on this build and it is unfixable. But I built it. I want to try and make it work. I want to take off in a rocket that is actually big, bada boom. Because I did try a couple of the pre-made ones, and they seem to, you know, vaguely work. If I strut, oh, there are already struts at the bottom. Wait for it to load. Wait for it to load. Wait for it to load. There we go. Oh, unattached, but whatever. Oh, and launch. Let's try again. See, I like, in the loading screens and stuff, it's always showing, like, these big, complicated rockets, which... You see what I mean about it? It is like the bits all bolted together. The central core actually seems alright. It seems those side sections are what's falling apart. Oh god, what's John's video on it? John's video in case you want or two. I mean, Daniel did a couple of streams of this, but oh, it's doing the thing again. Yeah, I'm not playing this. Sorry, I thought I was a reasonable chance. I thought I was a reasonable chance. The rockets kept falling apart and then it crashed 3 times. So, fuck it. It's supposed to technically it's beta. No, that's not a fucking beta. That is not even in a state to release it in early access, frankly. Like, like, early access as a thing is supposed to be, like, reasonable, have some degree of stability. That has clearly been pushed out by the publisher. That is clearly, it's just clearly been pushed out by the publisher for cash flow reasons. Because they were clearly spending a load of money on it, and we want to make some money back from this as soon as possible. We don't want to wait anymore for release. Release it now in early access. It doesn't matter how broken it is, it's in early access. Which is cause I actually think it's fucking up. Because it's I mean, it might have a No Man's Sky-ish, but it feels like it's years off. And the problem with it is the stuff that's broken is like the most basic possible things. You know? Like, it's not just like, oh, it's a bit... Oh, there's a few bugs here and there. It's like, oh, yeah, no, you can't take off rockets, and then you can't maneuver them anywhere, and also you can't build them, and the rockets fall apart, and then the game will just crash if you pause it. And I'm like, well, what the... Like, that's not early access. That's like... That's... It doesn't work. That's pre-alpha. Right? Because that's the problem with a lot of stuff now. It's like, because you said it's beta there, right? That's not a fucking beta. That is in the state of a pre-alpha. And you don't fucking release a pre-alpha. Now, everyone panned Just Cause 4, right? I played an actual pre-alpha build of Just Cause 4, right? The pre-alpha build of Just Cause 4 was more stable than KSP 2 is now. Like, I'm just going to load KSP 1 up briefly. It's not even a fucking test, but like, that's not... Oh, like an internal fucking build or some shit, you know, like... Like, absolutely ridiculous nonsense. Absolutely ridiculous nonsense. Classic publisher bullshit, you know? Like, I don't... I'm assuming... Because Private Division's a sub-company of Take-Two. I don't know how much control Take-Two actually has over Private Division. Because obviously, being owned by a company doesn't necessarily mean the company above you actually manages you. Sometimes it just means, you know, you're just in a conglomerate and that's it. Whereas other times they have very direct control and anything in between, and it's hard to tell. So I don't know. Because half the reason you end up they separate off publishing and stuff like that is usually it's usually just for... It's usually more efficient. And usually these companies will handle their own internal operations. So I don't know. I mean, KSP 2, I will say, it's very pretty. I mean, when you go back to KSP 1, you look at that, you're like, oh, fuck me. Oh, that's grey. Yeah. Like, I mean, even though KSP 2 runs at about, 3 fucking pixels. Oh, it's running an ultra-wide as well. I want to take off a spacecraft. I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna launch a boy. Just to feel better, you know? Well, that's the thing. KSP 1, I feel like I'm in control. You know, when I fuck up in KSP 1, it is my fault. And it is a game where I fuck up constantly. And that's what I find really fun about it. Because I am just trying to figure it out. Oh, wow, look. Did you see that? Did you see what it just did? You notice how it's staying on the pad and it's not falling apart? Do you see that? See how it's not falling apart? See how it's just stable? So why wouldn't it be? Right? Just on the pad. Having a nice time. Anyway. Let's turn that down a little bit. My boy! Russian engineering. Soviet engineering. I always like the energy here because it just seems too ridiculous to actually exist. But like out of everything I've built in KSP, it's the most realistic recreation of anything I've made. It's just so big and chunky and silly looking. I love her. She's my favourite. And it works. Look at that, it's working. You know, it's running correctly. That's the bare minimum, you know. Again, if you want to play Kerbal, play Kerbal Space Program 1. That's my review of Kerbal Space Program 2. Don't. Like, even if you're curious, don't. Like, honestly, I don't think there's anything there at all. I don't think there's any redeeming qualities of it currently. Like, it's prettier, but like, so what? Like, so what? It doesn't. So what? It doesn't matter if it's pretty if it doesn't fucking work. Oh yeah, currently, Kerbal Space Program 2, by the way, one of the notable things is it doesn't have heating. There's no heating simulation. So you don't need heat shields, and this doesn't happen. You know, you're not at risk of burning your ship in KSP 2. There we go. Yeah, I remember with this, I think I have to go up higher before I start tilting, just because I go so fast that I need to be higher up. Let's turn around. There we go. There we go. Oh dear. Oh, that's not very good, is it? Yeah, well, that's the thing. Kerbal Space Program 2, because they've just built it in a new engine completely, just now has the issue of that it's just having to remake the first game. Currently, they're just trying to remake the first game from scratch, and they haven't even done that yet. And then they're going to have to try and add features. But they haven't even done the... Like, the baseline is remaking the first game, which they haven't done, which means... Oh, my God. Which means it just has nothing. Which means it has nothing. Absolutely nothing. Oh, yeah. I think apparently one of the big things in KSP 2 as well is sometimes you'll detach... You'll split off, but your camera will follow the center of mass for the whole vehicle, even assuming the things you've detached are still part of the vehicle, so your camera will just fuck off. Like, your camera will fuck off into the middle point of what you've separated and where your craft currently is, so you'll just be looking at fucking nothing. Which is fucking funny. It's really fucking funny. It's a kind of fun clusterfuck to watch happen, but it is kind of depressing, because I will say it's quite notable. I take two. Right, KSP 1 and GTA San Andreas are two of my favourite games ever made. And it's amazing that they re-released San Andreas, and now they've released KSP 2, and just worse than the original somehow. It's actually kind of impressive. Oh, I'm prograde. No, I don't want to be retrograde. I want to be prograde. You fucking idiot. It's a very bad turning circle, this craft. Off Take-Two are just fucking... when you look at every developer, Take-Two just somehow do the worst things. Like, EA aren't that bad anymore. EA are fine. Actually, I wouldn't say EA are fine. EA just haven't changed at all. Everyone else has just gotten worse. And EA just have been the same. Ubisoft? I mean, you know, they've got a huge problem with sexual harassment and abuse in development teams. But like their game releases? Par for Ubisoft. Right. Let's just secularize, shall we? Take-Two just keep finding ways to make shitter games, is the thing. Like, I'm talking purely from just the game perspective, just to be perfectly clear. Nothing else. It'd be nice to have paint in this. Actually, I think there are some paints in this now, but nice to have... So there are some KSP 2 features, like, oh, they'd be nice. Like, the procedural wings in KSP 2, you wouldn't... Like, you see this wing where I just had to attach a load of different bits together physically. I can see all the different wings I've had to attach. Like, you don't have to do that in KSP 2. You can just physically drag a wing out. Like, if I want to make this wing in KSP 2, it'd be like 3 separate wings, I guess. I'd just stretch a wing like that, and I'd stretch a wing like that. It'd be really simple. Hey there, Gavin. Well, I abandoned KSP 2 because it's a piece of shit. It's a big sneaky piece of shit, and I'm playing KSP 1 very briefly, just as a palate cleanser. Just as a little palate cleanser. Can I, I was gonna release off that, because, you know what, I don't need that anymore. It's just too big and cumbersome, frankly. Alright. Wonderful time was had, but that's just firing its RCSs for forever and ever. Should have really deorbited that in hindsight, but oh well. In this. Oh. There was a lander. No, there's not a lander. There's a place where a lander could go. There's nothing in it, sadly. I was using this. Like, this is a reliable space. Because it's got so much fucking Delta V at launch, and it's so overpowered, it can lift incredibly heavy payloads. I mean, the Energia was meant to lift incredibly heavy payloads. That was the beauty of it. You could launch the Energia without the shuttle, and it could just launch ludicrously heavy payloads. And when it is launching the shuttle's frankly not fucking heavy enough. I can just put the heaviest fucking thing in the shuttle, and it will just launch it absolutely fine. Asker, I'm actually waiting and excited for AI to cheapen game development and get us out of the money-grabbing rut in the industry. Is in. No, I don't think that's gonna... Like, greed is greed, and greed doesn't change. They're just gonna use that to be greedy. Like, it's not... It's just gonna... They're just gonna cut more corners by not... It's like, oh, it's fine, it's cheaper. So you'll just get a worse product, usually. That they'll sell at the same fucking price. And will punish fucking actual talented people. Like, that's what will happen. I want to land at the KSC. I need a few orbits. Oh dear. Right. No, another one. Actually, I want to land in the daytime. Anytime. Like, AI is a thing. It's kind of interesting. I mean, we spoke about it in the most recent podcasts. One more orbit. Yeah, we spoke about it in the most recent podcast because I had ChatGPT open because we opened the episode by doing a reading of a podcast. Like, someone put it on Reddit, and it was the podcast a podcast intro done by ChatGPT. It was weird. It was really weird. But we kind of... I was messing with it. And I used ChatGPT a bit. And I had a problem... Because I had my Windows problem. And I asked it to try and solve me a really awkward, very specific Windows problem. It really genuinely scared me. It really... Definitely, it really scared me because it was just doing stuff which it was just my old Windows install broke, but all the files are there, and there's some folders that are encrypted on an external drive that were encrypted by my old user account, but I never backed up the private keys. But the old user account still has all of that data, and it's not encrypted because the folders that are encrypted aren't those folders. So the data's all there. I just need a way to compile it all and make it actually important to make a new computer. I couldn't find anything online, and I could have asked ChatGPT just help me. And it kind of gave me something. I'm like, no, that's wrong. It's these files with no file extensions. And they're going, oh, and they explain what the files were. And then they taught me through a load of different things. And I'd say, no, that didn't work. It gave me this error message. And they go, oh, you got that error message for this reason. Right, we'll have to try this instead. And I'm going, this is fucking scary. Like, it made me very uncomfortable. Because Daniel kept saying, oh, it's a parlor trick. It's not a parlor trick. Oh, it's not. And you say, it lowers the ceiling for passionate devs to make cool indie games. Well, it's not. Because that same argument was given to see, asset stores are a big thing for that. Obviously, asset stores were a big deal in the sense of you could just buy assets. You didn't have to be an artist. You didn't have to be anything. You could download assets, and that basically just, for the most part, caused asset flips, really. Needing... I don't think AI is going to... I mean, I think it'll help in some circumstances. From a code perspective, it's got this interesting thing in that you can get it to write code for you, and but it has problems. It might... Some things it might help with a bit, but for AAA and stuff like that, it's not going to make... you're not going to end up with better games. It's going to be slightly different ways of making them, which at the end of the day isn't going to make a difference, really. If anything, I think it make it slightly worse just because, just another excuse for greed, really. I don't need to be that precise with the node. Because this plane is not a glider, it's a plane. The internal version of ChatGPT 4 is honestly scary. Well, I tried GPT-4. I tried GPT-4, and that was what I was using to do that really complex issue, and it was just like it gave me a GitHub link. It was like, try downloading this to use to compile this, and I'm like, oh, the GitHub link's broken, and they're like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, the GitHub link's broken. Oh, I don't know where else we could try it, and then they were like, oh, we'll try something different, and I'd respond to it like it was weird because I was responding to it really naturally, right? And at one point, it was like, oh, I just got this error message. I forgot to paste the error message. And it just went, oh, you haven't posted the error message. If you just post it again, I'll analyze it. And I went, oh, okay. So, and it would explain what the error message meant. And it was like, it was pulling all of this information from like deep Windows developer documentation and like old DOS documentation and like Windows encryption documentation. I'd pulled it from all of these different GitHub sources and it was compiling all into like language I could understand, and it was actually giving me step-by-step instructions with how to do it, and it was like, it was giving me registry edit instructions, and I was like, do I really want to take registry edit instructions from an AI? And I'm kind of Googling the things it's telling me to do, and nowhere has the thing it's telling me to do and written down. It has figured out what it needs me to do, and it isn't pulling it out of its arse. What it was asking me to do, and what I actually did, was what I should have been doing. It's just no one had actually... It wasn't like it had read an article of someone else doing it and it was just spitting it out to me. It had gotten all of this data together, all of this just complicated technical data, and figured out what I needed to do and written it to me in really natural language and told me step by step what I needed to do, like a guided tutorial. And when I was like, oh no, I've got a problem, you see, you've told me to do that, but this problem, and he'd go, oh, I'm really sorry. And I gave it like my file extensions for everything. So then when it was giving me it was giving me commands to type in. It was giving me exactly what I needed to type in for my computer, not just like, oh, replace it with the file. No, it was giving me the right... It was genuinely scary because it's not intelligent, right? It's not an AI that... It has no creative or thinking capacity. It's not how it works. But it's not nothing either. Like, Daniel was like, oh, it's not a parlor trick. That's, I think, dismiss it. That's to, I think, unfairly dismiss it. It is something... I think one of the slight problems with it, I don't know, slight problem, it is a problem with it, is sometimes it will make something up. Like, it's been a problem. Sometimes it'll give you a really... There was this, it was GPT 3.5, but it was the other week, and it was when Gary Lineker compared the language to the Nazis of Cizella Braverman. And someone asked ChatGPT to explain it, and it gave this really, really well-written answer, being like, oh, philosophically, you know, it's not very helpful to compare them because they are two different things. You know, obviously what the Nazis did was incredibly heinous, and it's not always helpful because obviously it's a bit more political talking point to often say that. But these ways can be considered similar in these ways. And it quoted a few different things, but one of the quotes it quoted, it made up. Like, it really confidently quoted a government official. And it made it up. It just completely pulled it out of its arse and said it really confidently. And that was what I was a bit worried about when I was getting it to give me technical information, because I'm like, it's distinctly possible that like 99% of this is correct, and one bit of it's just fucking pulled out of its arse and is really confidently saying it to me. That's the problem with it. You can't completely trust it, but it can help a lot. Like, I wouldn't have been able to actually start diagnosing or fixing and trying to do the thing I'm trying to do myself. Like, reading articles and reading like fucking documentation, I could not have figured it out. I'm not a developer, but I could just ask that to do it, and it just did it. And I personally don't think could have done it. I couldn't have gone to a technical support person and asked it because it was such a niche bit of information. And the thing I was trying to get it to do was so specific, and I couldn't find anything online about it even. Outside of occasionally people very unhelpful being like, well, you should have backed it up, fuck you. And I'm like, no, there's a solution here. There is a solution there. No one's bothered to do it yet, but there is a solution. But I was asking it, and it was figuring it out. It was taking all of the data and all the documentation and actually coming to conclusions with it. It had scraped all of the Windows technical documentation, all the developer information, all of the GitHub sources, everything, and was able to give me detailed information and in a way I could read and understand and actually do, and was telling me what to do step by step. And if at any point it was telling me to do something, I was sometimes responding to it, oh, I don't actually know what that is. Could you explain it to me more simply, or could you do it just step by step because I don't really know what I'm doing? It would apologize and then tell me more simply. Tell me in more layman's terms, or it would... And that was scary, frankly. It was so natural. Every time I've been interacting with AI, like a lot of my interactions with AI have been, you know, like something like AI dungeon or something. But there's kind of this, you're kind of doing it, and you kind of have to push it in the right direction. Sometimes it'll do stuff that doesn't really make any sense, you know, and you kind of have to not fight it, but like there's a bit of hand holding going on to make it do things, right? But I wasn't having to do that at all when I was using GPT-4 for this really complicated issue. It was just answering the question, and I'm like, what the fuck? It was actually quite scary. I didn't. Oh god, what's the speed brake button? I can't remember. Ah, it's B for brake. It's so. Yeah, the Bing. I don't like Bing integrating it. It's not real. Like it's not trustworthy enough to be used on a mainstream platform like Bing because it will give people really confidently wrong answers. And in the context where I was using it, like I'm aware that it might be like I you know, if you go into something like ChatGPT, you're kind of going into knowing that. But like, I have a friend, and his job, he often writes press releases for very specific things, like very specific, very niche products. Very specific, very niche products that no one else is right. Like he works in a really, really niche industry, like an industry. So I said to him, I was trying to him. He's like, "What did you do today?" And he's like, "I wrote a press." I said, "What were you doing today?" He's like, "I was writing a press release for this thing." I went, "Have you released it yet?" And he went, "No." And I went, "Okay. How new's the product?" And he went, "Oh, it just came out." And I'm like, "Right, what is it?" And he gave me the information. So I went to ChatGPT-4 and I went, "Write me a press release for the release of this product." And it fucking gave, and I pasted it back to him and he went, "Oh my fucking god, I could use this." It's about this like really well-written press release about this product, which I don't know how the fuck it got the information or how the fuck it made sense. But and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, and it's wild because he was reading it. He was like, even if it has some problems, like he could just use that and maybe edit it. I'm not going to say that what the product is just because of privacy, but it was just this random niche little thing that my friend does. But my point is just that it was able to do something with that niche, with such a vague prompt of just write a press release, and it just made this really well-written thing. Like, there's always this joke, right? Like, I feel like I'm ahead of the curve slightly here, because my book that I put out, that Inside the Mattophobia, I mean, it's not written by an AI, it's written by a program, right? Like, the program was put in, like, these are words, these are nouns, these are verbs, these are plural adjectives, here's the punctuation. So it's a grammatically correct book, even though it's just swear words. And it was written by a program. Oh, dear. Oh, my speed brake went out. Oh, God. Oh, God. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, one of the speed brakes broke off. That's slightly problematic. But it was honestly, how quickly it's gotten really good. You know, because like, you know, like the AI images, like there was that one going about under the Pope wearing like a big white like puffer jacket, which was AI generated, which loads of people thought was real. And like, some people are like, "Oh, do you think this is real?" And some people are like, "Oh, obviously not. If you look closely at the glass, you can see they're a bit wonky and weird." And it's like, yeah, if you look at it closely, there are some telltale signs, but like, outside of those small few little details, it's incredibly convincing. And like, AI like writing and image generation has gone from like really shitty, tiny little awkward crap things like a year and a half ago. And AI dungeon, you know, you being like, walk over there, and it goes, you walk over there, and you explode into a million pieces, and it doesn't remember anything. It went from that to like almost perfect in like a year and a half. Like that's what I find quite scary. It's not that it's like, where am I? Oh my god, I'm fucking miles away. That's what's quite disconcerting about it, because people are like, oh, it's not good enough to do that. And it's like, it's literally exponentially gotten better incredibly fast. Okay, there we go. Right. the jets on. This is how the real Buran worked. Or it was supposed to work. The first ones didn't have the jet engines on, but it was their intent to make ones with jet engines on. So it could just fly. Didn't have to glide back like the space shuttle. Which I guess made sense just because where the Russians have to take off and land is a bit awkward, orbital-wise. And also, there's less friendly territories for the Russians to land in. Like, if the space shuttle needed to land somewhere else, it was able to land in, you know, the space shuttle could land in, like, Australia, or New Zealand, or it could land in Europe, or whatever. Like, there was loads of places the space shuttle could land in friendly American territory, but the Russians didn't really have as much, so it being able to fly was a good idea. Yeah, but that's the thing. All the AI stuff, it's went from very bad and kind of very light Eldritch horror novelty to, like, almost perfect in, like, a year and a half. And that's the thing. Like, where's it going to be in another year and a half? It is kind of scary. And obviously, there was this whole thing about technology in that legally, we haven't caught up even with, like, the internet properly yet. And then, like, the speed the AI is moving at, I'm a bit worried about it. I'm a bit worried about it. You're going to land in the ocean? No, I'm not. I can fly, mate. I'm an aircraft. I'm flying. Just gonna fly home, mate. I mean, even like AI-generated voices. I've gotten incredibly good. I mean, I've seen even like people like Shmoyoho have been like doing AI-generated like raps with like Biden and Obama, and like you can tell it's slightly off, but it's like almost perfect. And I'm like, oh, you know, there's that Twitch channel that I've really enjoyed, the Infinite Steam. What is it? The one that just makes steamed hams, which is a really basic version, right? It's like really basic. It doesn't sound quite right. Skinner, what are you doing here? It's pretty close though, right? And like, the script it's generating is nonsensical and stuff like that. But like, the voicing it's doing, and it's meant to be purposely uncanny valley and stuff like that. But like, in a year's time, I'm like, oh god, they could probably do full, proper realistic AI voice work, reliably. He was trying to cook Greek language. Ah, classic Skinner. Jenna put out a tweet a while ago saying how they've used TB's video backlog to train AI. Well, this is a slight concern, right? Because obviously you can use anything on the internet to train AI, and they're going to. Everything's going to. And there's a philosophical, ethical question here, which I find really interesting, right? Because, so if for example, right, because obviously the AI, a lot of the arguments around AI are, and I agree with these arguments to be clear, around the idea of them being trained off other people's art. I don't like that, to be perfectly clear here, but the sort of philosophical question I saw in regards to it is, if you went to an actual artist, right, and went, hello, and you showed them an image, and you found a bit of art online, and you went, I would like an image of me, you know, or my character, or whatever, in this style. And then you paid them to do that, and they gave you it. I think everyone's all right, that'd be fine. Obviously, there's the argument, and then there's the philosophical question of, why is it any different if it's an AI looking at an image, and then you asking it to draw an image like it, and it does, versus a person? You know, ignoring the original artist, because in both those conversations, the original artist isn't relevant. It isn't in the conversation. Now, in a lot of ways, and you know, then you're talking about creativity and how a lot of creativity is just kind of taking bits from other people, and where do you draw the line there is a difficult thing to distinguish. The problem I have with it, especially, is that obviously it only works because it's been trained in other people's art and creations. So the only way you get new styles, new ideas, is really from new people doing it. You can't rely on the AI for just everything. So it's, I don't know, it's, God, I'd love to be in a philosophy class at the moment. I'd love to be studying philosophy at the moment, doing about this because it's interesting. It's really interesting. Because like, you can't stop it. There's this whole thing about it, right? And like, regardless of if you like it or not, or if I like it or not, or what I think, or any of us think about it, it's happening, right? Like, you might agree or disagree about it training of people's art, but either way, it's happening, and it's not going to stop happening. Like, you can't stop it. Cat's out the box, right? Like, there's no stopping it. You could, fucking governments could put laws in place that could, you can't, you're not stopping it. It's not stopping, right? And it means that anything that's public is right for the picking of that training. And you gotta stop. And one of the beauties of the internet, and one of the worst things about the internet, against the double-edged sword of the internet, is it's everything, right? It's the best of everything and the worst of everything all at the same time. That's why I always like Twitter, historically, but I don't anymore. It's just leaning towards the worst. And, you know, putting stuff out there in the public eye, and the public, just putting stuff out in public, means that it's ripe for anything, really, regardless of it being copyrighted or not. Because something being copyrighted doesn't mean you can't take fucking, you know, if you as an artist, right, you know, if I made a film, right, and I made it in the style of, like, I don't know, fucking Iron Man 1, right, and I had someone in a fucking mech suit, but it was clearly not Iron Man, it was clearly a different thing, right, but it was in the style of Iron Man 1, and I clearly taken a lot of cues from Iron Man 1, and I taken a lot of the direction from Jon Favreau, and I clearly, you know, and it's not breaching copyright, but it's definitely heavily influenced by it, right, and people have always done that, and because that's how a lot of art's made. So you can't not have people taking influence. And the problem with AI is there's no way to really distinguish, you know, on a technical level, distinguish a person taking influence for something and an AI taking influence for something, and it's hard to. And with AI getting very quickly more and more indistinguishable from either really properly made art or even real photos and voices. What are you just saying about that? Something and sarcastic. I think it also makes artists feel as if what we do is pointless if AI can just do what takes us years in a few seconds. Yeah, I agree. Only this has been a historic problem, right? Because it's the whole thing with automation generally in jobs, right? And that, obviously, over the years, there's been that constant thing in a lot of jobs. As robots have been brought in, and like, okay, well, you know, workforce, like, robots aren't going to replace jobs. And, you know, what ends up happening is the robot replaces them in the job because the robot can do it faster, cheaper, and better in less time, you know. You know, that's why manufacturing is made done by robots now. The problem with art is I think we always had this idea, because I work in the creative fields, right? So I have this problem as well, is that there was always this idea that, oh, the computers can't do that. I know, technically level they can't. Like, the AI can't make, like, it's not creative. It doesn't really come up with ideas. It's not how it works. It's not thinking about it. It's relying on everything else that exists existing. So, you have the problem there, obviously, that people need to keep making art. Like, it's not... I don't know what's... Because there's obviously, I think, also valid arguments for using AI for art in certain circumstances. But it does have the problem with, say, a lot of people in creative fields, even like myself, and fucking, you know, Nerdcube makes fucking over half its money off selling art. Like, it's over there. And like, I remember like last year, we did, was the year before? We had a print. One of the prints we did, on the back, I think it was a print that was, some people thought it was an ad. It was meant to look like a joke ad in like an old Argos catalogue. And some people thought it was an ad because it was a joke ad in like an old Argos catalogue for like the Polybius heist action figures, the Dan and Ashen's ones. Which is what it was meant to look like, but you couldn't buy them anymore, as the point. It was more just like, we thought it was a cute little thing. But on the back of it, it's got like a load of other products, and it's all these little pictures of products. And it's meant to look, and they're all, they were done by fucking crayon. And they're all just these weird looking, like, non-existent, eldritch horror-y, sort of like nothingy things that look really wrong. And that's kind of the best you get at the time. It's amazing that in the time we've just been doing the prints, it's got to the point where we could probably, like, we could probably give one of those AIs a prompt of one of the prints we want to do, and it could probably spit out something, like, perfectly shippable. Like, we're obviously not going to do that, but, like, it's scary that it's gotten to that point in the time we've been doing it, in, like, the year and a half we've been doing it, to that, like, there's emotional human connection between the artist, and the viewer that's lost with AI. I agree. Like, it's a weird thing, because obviously, to a certain... It's this discussion with creativity, isn't it? Because this is obviously the whole conversation, death of the artist, right? And detaching the art from the artist. And if you can detach the art from the artist, it doesn't matter what it's made by. If art gives you an emotional feeling, regardless of who made it, then... But then... Yeah, I think the artist is important. I think who made it is important, and why it was made is important. I think that's inherently important. I always find the creation of something more interesting. Because, you know, when you look at the art prints, for example, you know, for the most part, the style they're in and the way they're done is how Rebecca wants to do them. And it's in a style Rebecca likes, and it's things Rebecca likes, and it's... You know, there's one we're doing which is based on a really specific art style, which Rebecca really likes and admires. And it's of stuff Rebecca really likes and admires, and it's... You know, an AI couldn't really do that. And that sort of connection's important. Like, on a technical level, if you come up with the idea, an AI could probably do the thing, but it wouldn't be able to do it in the same way, which is important. It could do it well, but not the same, and that's different. We could make a prompt for like the art prints we do, and we could give it to an AI, and it could probably give us something good. It could actually probably give us something good, but it wouldn't give us something. If we gave a prompt to Rebecca, and then I gave the same prompt to like a bunch of AI things, and got spit out a bunch, they're all going to be different, and what Rebecca gives is going to be different to anything the AI could give. The AI might be able to give good things, but what Rebecca gives is going to be distinctly Rebecca. And unique to Rebecca. What's that? There's a thing. 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 There's a thing on the ground. This isn't a very maneuverable thing. No, AI art will never replace traditional art. Right, you say well, it also depends on what we mean by the word traditional art, because I think AI art, like AI creating artistic stuff, will actually replace a lot of humans creating artistic stuff. I'm not saying it should, but I'm saying it will. You know, there was that infamous thing of like this comics that have came out that you know, all the fucking art was done by AI. There's games that have come out now where a lot of background work, like a lot of skybox work, or even background work, has been done just by AI. And you know, it's frustrating because obviously there's some circumstances where AI can do stuff that humans. Is that just a rock? Why is there just one fucking rock? Why is there just one solitary fucking rock in the middle of nowhere? What's that about? Hang on. Like, you know, so Watch Dogs Legion is a game that all of the... Admittedly, obviously people had to make the AI do what they wanted it to do, but all of the way it makes people and what the people do and the routine of all the people in the game, right, is done by AI, right? It is generated. Humans could not generate all of that. It's insurmountable. And there's stuff AI can do that humans kind of can't. It's the classic robotic thing, right? There's stuff that robots can do much faster and quicker than humans that would take humans so long to the point that it's just better if a robot does it. It's easier if a robot does it. It saves people time and effort and money. And there's... Oh, fuck! Well... It's gonna do a nice smooth landing and then take back off again. Bother. Yeah, a lot of autistic work, I think it will be replaced by AI. Oh god. Yeah, I wasn't really expecting that to go any better than it did. I'm waiting for a case about AI and copyright to come up in American courts. It has. It already has. For something to be copyrighted, it needs to have significant input by a human. AI has already rejected copyright, and that it effectively can't be copyrightable because a human didn't make it. It's the same case, you know, the monkey who took the photo, and how it could be copyrighted because a human didn't take the photo. And equally, an AI, if the human hasn't made it, it can't be copyrighted. Was the argument. So there has been a case about it. They've said there needs to be significant human contribution to the art, but obviously there's a discussion of, well, what does that actually mean? If you get AI art to make something, and then you, for example, just traced it out and remade the art, would that count? like, where's the line? And that's the difficulty. Oh yeah, you know, look, lots of things we could just use this. There's this whole thing, right? In that, like, on a technical level, right? We could have AI and robotics, basically doing everything, right? Like, they could be doing basically everything that's difficult, and all humans could be fully cared for and taken of, and wouldn't need to have to do boring, kind of manual labor jobs, and could just be completely taken care of by the, everyone could be home. You know, we already have the ability to do that. Like, we have the ability to make all of our power with, you know, from solar. We have the ability to do everything to make a utopia. We just don't. Oh, it's just a rock. I don't know why I'm surprised, but why is there just a rock here? There's no rocks anywhere else. How close it was to the KSC as well, just there. Come on. Utopia is not very profitable. Wow, the desire is... there's this constant thing that the world does, where they kind of make it seem like it can't exist. Because, you know, a lot of the argument for, like, let's say manufacturing jobs, a lot of the argument for that, for, like, oh, don't have robots take our jobs. It's never that the robots are going to do a worse job, right? It's that they're losing their jobs, and that's bad because they won't have any fucking money to live, right? Like, if those people, for example, were like, oh, we've got robots to take over your job, but we're still giving you all the money that you would make doing that job, but now a robot's doing it so you don't have to do it anymore. You can just enjoy your time now, rather than fanning on with that. You can just enjoy your time. It's never that. It's obviously not that. It's never what it is. It's always, oh, the robots are going to do a better job, they're going to do a cheaper job, and they're going to do a more efficient job, quicker. but you're going to lose your job. That's the frustrating thing. We can do everything we want to do, we just don't. I'm going to play Terra Nil. I bought it today. I want to play something chill. Terra Nil. It was on the list. It was the second highest voted for one. Fuck it. Utopia is not very profitable, but that's the thing. It's... oh, God, there's this fucking argument. I can't remember who it was. I saw a video of it, and it was just an incredibly rich man, and it was just a news reporter being like, okay, so, I think the top 80 richest people or something ridiculous have the same amount of wealth as the bottom 3 billion least rich people. Like, 83 people control the same amount of wealth as 3 billion others. And then the guy was like, that's great, because it means that those people can look up to all these 1% and say, wow, I want to be like them. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know? Like, because people always talk about, oh, socialism, we love capitalism. Like, there's like you can do like any bit, like the thing is, people always like, oh, capitalism has these benefits, and socialism has these benefits, blah, blah, blah. And like, you can take the benefits of every system and combine them into like one thing. Like, nothing is nothing is absolute. Like, because people are like, oh, well, you lose a technological, you lose the competitional nature that allows innovation when you have socialism. It's that way. You don't have to. You can just not. If you give people enough freedoms, and you give people the ability to be free and be passionate, and, you know, ability to choose, then you don't have to have that. Like, there's fucking, oh. Sorry, I opened Terra Nil, right, and it was in ultra wide resolution, and I clicked continue, and then it switched to the resolution of the ultra tall monitor I've got. It's quite funny. Or will it show you what the resolution is running in? That's the aspect ratio of the ultra tall resolution of the ultra tall monitor. Maybe not that resolution, shall we? Maybe. Or you're just for some reason confused. It's confused, bless it. Okie dokie. Oh, bless it. Let's try. There we go. Let's get it to. There we go. There we go. Right. Terra Nil. Is that like the two monsters stuck together one? What kind of? It's the one that's it's 16 by 19. No, 16 by 18. It's effectively two 16 by 9 monitors on top of each other. It's one monitor. It isn't two separate monitors. It's one single monitor, but it's fine. You know, 16 by 18. It's a ridiculous aspect ratio that I like a lot. I guess 8 by 9 if you want to be more simplistic. I'm just trying to look into something briefly. So this is Terra Nil, and oh, let's do that one. How this works is you need to make the environment fully lush again, and then leave and not leave anything behind. That's the whole thing. So you have to, like, you're literally just regenerating a landscape. and it just slowly builds everything back up. Ooh. Where do I want that to go? There. And then once you're done, you just leave. You just leave. Mega Gaming. I don't understand aspect ratio to me. 16 by 19 sounds like almost like 1 by 1, which makes me think oh, it's almost square, but not really tall. It's just like a multiplier. So 16 by... It is almost square in some ways. But it's like... The reason they've called it 16 by 18 is because it's like 16 by 9, but just double the height. So it's literally you've taken a monitor, and you've taken a second monitor and put it on top of that other monitor, and then you've made it one panel, and it's effectively a tall monitor. But it's not like a 60 by 9 monitor on the side. Like, that'd be properly tall and not very wide. So I'm just going to check something very briefly. Got to check a work thing quickly, even though I'm off, just because I do. Of course, it happens in the middle of the stream, doesn't it? Classic timing. That's the way things tend to pan out. Okay. I'm having a bit of a worry about the print. One of the things we've been slightly worried about with the prints is obviously the cost of everything's going up. And on Patreon, you actually can't increase the cost of a tier. If we ever wanted to increase the cost of the prints, we'd have to make a new tier and get everyone to move over to it, basically. We're not planning to increase the cost of them. But we're just quite aware that it's something I've been slightly worried about. Just the cost going up. Oof. Eesh. Oof. Oof. They've put their prices up. Ooh, they've put their prices up quite a lot. Sorry, brief aside. Classic, Matt tries to play a relaxing game and then gets stressed by it. The stamps. No, the prints. The actual cost of the stamps are the same price. The prints. The cost of the actual prints seems to have almost doubled very suddenly. So that's good. Let me just double check this. Velvet. Yep, that is just higher. Okay. This was a slight worry with the price because we don't want to put the price up because we think they're a fair price. But obviously, I had a slight worry being like, yeah, but what if all the suppliers double their prices? Like, That's gonna be an issue. It's yeah. No, that's our cost. We'll have to eat. Oh, we can't increase the price of the tier. As I just said, that's actually something we can't do. Patreon has no ability to do that. You can't increase the price of a tier. We would have to delete a tier and make a new one, which is so disruptive to the point that it would actually probably be more harmful. But equally, we won't have to do that, I don't think. I say the actual cost of the prints is out of all the things one of the lowest cost things. So the money's for everything else and all the work. The actual price across the items is, it's almost doubled, but like, I guess we just eat it. Yeah, fuck it. A few £100 a month more. That's good. What am I doing? Yeah. Also, this probably so. Let's say, right, I had this debate. If we did actually ever need to increase the price, right, I'd have to make a post and say, "Oh, we've got to increase the price." We've made a new tier. That's, let's say, you know, £20 a month. I guarantee you that at least 20% of people wouldn't move over, which means we'd be making less money overall. So it's more harmful overall because of how people have to move. I think if Patreon allowed us the ability to actually put the price of the tier up and us go, hey, the price of this tier is raising by like, I don't know, £3 a month because of this reason, people will be less likely to leave it. But because people would have to change over, they would be. So I think even if we wanted to do that, it would be difficult. I'm just gonna maybe you could do them double-sided. We already do them double-sided. That's what we sell. We sell two double-sided prints. We are not undermining what they are ever. Absolutely not. That is a absolutely not. Frankly, not a fucking chance now. Well, you can't be that efficient with this, annoyingly. There's gotta be overlap. Oh, but not perfect overlap. How do I fix that? Maybe don't quadruple stack. Okay, it's thicker on that side. That's what it... Okay. Honestly, I'm going to play the fuck out of this game. Because absolutely is the kind of shit. Oh, no. Look at that. Oh, I don't listen to Eurovision entries, Tom Hall. As a rule with Eurovision, I don't listen to them. I want to hear them on the night. That's half the fun. I want to hear them. I want fucking, you know, it's Romania. I want Romania to come out and be like, oh, shit, what's Romania going to do? And they just come out with some fucking wild shit. Like, that's what I like. I like the surprise. If I've heard them before, it's not interesting. You know? Oh, bother. Admittedly, part of it's going to be a bit different this year with Eurovision because it's taking place like 10 minutes away from where I live, and there's a Eurovision village with like loads of free shit happening like not far from where I live, and I know a lot of the artists are going to be before me. I almost got tickets to the semi-final, but the website stopped working, so thanks. The website just fucking broke, because of course it fucking did. Oh. The website just fucking broke. Me and my friends managed to get... We, like, got the reservation, I guess, technically. Like, we got the thing. And it held our place. And it just wouldn't accept any other payment methods. We all tried different... We fucking tried all of our cards. And it just wouldn't work. Like, it didn't even sell out. We had them, and it was like, you've got 15 minutes to actually purchase them. And it just kept knocking back all of our cards. Like, it was completely fucking broken. I was really fucked off about it. Ooh. I can make some rocks. Ooh, I would like to make some rocks. Okay, I'm Canadian. What the heck is Eurovision? The Eurovision Song Contests. Every country in Europe and also Australia now for some reason. Enters a song. And we have a big competition where we're like, shit. Who's got the best song? And everyone votes. And it's free. It's aggressive. It's stereotypically European. Like, you're just there and everyone's fucking like, and it's like, what the fuck's happening? Everyone's drunk. You know? And Graham Norton's there being really sarcastic on the fucking thing. And everyone's, it's just a fun fucking time. It's really dumb. It's so fun. It's so fun. It's so much fun. I always vote. Last year, I think I voted for Germany. I really liked Germany last year. They were really good. Graham's hosting this year, so we're doing the commentary, which... Honestly, Graham Norton's commentary is one of the things that makes me like Eurovision so much. And the fact... Like, I'm glad he's hosting, well, he has to be hosting it, but I mean, Terry Wogan was excellent, but I honestly prefer Graham Norton to Terry Wogan doing the Eurovision. If I'm honest with you. I know that's a bit sacrilege, but you know, what can I say? What can I say? I find him more entertaining. Yeah. There. What, like the Voice for All of Europe? No, just who everyone's favourite is, and then that country hosts it next year. Ukraine won last year, and the UK came second. Now, I'm going to be honest. Ukraine song wasn't very good. They definitely won out of solidarity, which was fine. And the UK came second. We had a really good... It was the first time the UK had a really good song. The UK came second. Ukraine couldn't host it, obviously. So the UK offered to host it. Literally, at the second Eurovision ended last year, I said to my friend who was watching with, I went, I bet you it was going to be in Liverpool next year. And they went, no, why would it be in Liverpool next year? There's no way it'd be in Liverpool next year. And it's like, I would put money on it being in Liverpool next year. It makes sense. Ukraine probably aren't going to be able to host it, because even if the war is over, their infrastructure will be incredibly heavily damaged and they might not be able to host it. Then the logical choice, if Ukraine doesn't host it, is the UK, as they're the runner-up, and they have really close cultural and sort of ties to Ukraine with the war. And then in the UK, Liverpool is arguably the most European city in the UK, with a really deep music history, and is also the sister city of Odessa in Ukraine. Like, it's the most obvious pairing. And I was right. Oh yeah, if you win, you have to spend millions, yeah, because that's how it works. The Ireland won like 3 years in a row, and it cost Ireland so much fucking money. And there's been this joke. There's a Father Ted episode about it, about the joke of them just trying to enter purposely terrible Eurovision entries so they don't have to fucking pay to host it again, which is why that Father Ted episode about My Lovely Horse exists. Oh, that's what the calcification's for. You need to calcify so you can... yeah, okay. You need to calcify so you can make new rivers. So you can, and that's how you get the water. And that's okay. Let's get to Liverpool or Glasgow. I did not think Glasgow would win, honestly. Liverpool makes more sense. Just because Liverpool fully goes for its European character with the European capital of culture. In 2008, the city is basically built entirely by the EU. And obviously Liverpool's most famous for its music. Everyone complains about the political voting, but it's honestly half the fun. I mean, yeah, the thing with it is whenever you watch Eurovision, a lot of the countries are voting, but like a lot of them are voting politically. Like countries are voting for who that country likes. Right? No, it's usually disconnected from the song, which is, I say, quite obvious last year because Ukraine won by like an absolutely massive margin. It's not to say they shouldn't have won, to be clear, but it's just how Eurovision ends up being, for better or worse. Like I wanted Sam Ryder to win. I thought Spaceman was I thought it was the best song there. I thought it was a wonderful entry. Sam Ryder's entry was just great. Kind of won it in spirit though. Well, it's changing this year. I know they're doing the voting differently this year. I think they're putting more emphasis on the public votes this year or something. I don't know. They're doing it differently this year. If you're curious about Eurovision, by the way, and you're not in Europe and you don't know anything about it, fuck it. Honestly, go on YouTube and just Google Eurovision entries because it's fucking ridiculous. Oh my god. Animals, climate. Oh god, okay. Oh dear. Hypochondrium. Wait, what? Must be built on an irrigated near water. That's swarming bees. Needs to be a tree. Okay. Okay, a gyme. Honestly, yeah, some of the entries for Eurovision are just a fucking mess, and it's quite funny. It's a bit of fun, is all it is. Really, it's just a bit of fun. It's very European. Like, there's something about it. It's so absolutely fucking pointless and weird, and it could not exist in the States. It could absolutely not exist in the States. How do I... Oh, wait, no. I can undo. How do I delete a thing? How do I... Can I remove it? I'm supposed to delete it later, but if I want to, like, continue the river, like that direction, can I... No, because America would make it too fucking competitive, which I know is a weird sentence because it's a competition, but, like... It's a bit of fun. Like, everyone does the performance, and then they sit next, and then there's just everyone's kind of sat down there getting pissed, and like Graham Norton is just taking the piss out of everyone, and it's kind of just a big laugh, and everyone's just having a nice time, and there's no ads. That's another thing the Americans wouldn't like. There's no ads. It's just it's the whole thing. It doesn't stop. Good time. It's very European. That's why I quite like it. It's got a distinct charm. Yeah, they send pop stars like they don't send pop stars. That's the thing. They don't send like, you don't get famous people doing the songs. It's always just some like random guy. Bill from Devonshire, you know, like fucking what does Bill from Devonshire do? Oh fuck, he shit. Oh god, oh shit. Doesn't know, you know, fucking wild. Why can't I put a pirigator there? Every song is a sponsor with ad breaks after every one. Well, that's how America would do it. America did do their own Eurovision last year. It was awful, did they? Classic. Sounds like America, all right. Like, the weirdest thing about Eurovision is the inclusion of Australia. Because I'm like, we're culturally European. I'm like, yeah, but you're on the other side of the fucking world. like, okay. You do you, Australia. Also, you get such a different fucking time zone as well. Like, Eurovision's obviously in Europe, so everyone's in a vaguely similar time zone. Australia's like, oh, we're in as well. It's like, what the fuck? And I think that's the thing about it. Like, I was always like, oh, maybe we should do like a World Vision or something like that. But the thing about Eurovision is it's so... I have used the word it's so European, but it's so European. Like, culturally, that's quite distinctive. This is a big fucking mess so far. I'll just say, I've made a big mess, basically. It's all I've done. It's not very neat. I'm assuming it'll be fine at the end. They keep trying to launch an Asian version, it never seems to get going. I don't know. Part of the thing with Eurovision is there's this big embrace, and everyone kind of embraces that. Everyone's kind of just getting drunk, and it's weird. Like, I think anyone else trying to do it would take it a bit more seriously. Because Eurovision, it's not like... You don't get really any cultural prestige from winning. And all the songs are bad. And everyone's dressed stupidly, and everyone's drunk. And the hosts are all just cracking jokes and taking the piss out of everyone. And then when it's doing the public vote, it always, like, cuts to, like, someone in the local country. Like, there's, like, a presenter in the local country. Be like, hi, I'm blah, blah, blah. And, you know, everyone's talking in their own fucking language. And everyone's fucking cringy as shit. And you're like, shut the fuck up, Amanda Holden. Shut up, Amanda Holden. No one wants to see you, Amanda Holden. And Graham Norton taking the piss out of Amanda Holden. And fucking everyone's drunk. And, you know, fucking last year, or the year before last, the UK didn't get a single vote. They got 0. At the end of the entire night, they hadn't won a single point off the public or the judge votes. They hadn't won a single... And at the end of the fucking night, the last fucking vote came in, and then the camera went to the UK's guy who sat in the big area in the middle with all the people, and they're all on their own tables. And he's like, yeah, and he's up, he's on his feet, he's like, yeah, and everyone gave him a round of applause because he got 0. And he's pissed, and he's laughing, and he's having a good time, even though he had comically lost. You know, and I don't know, that atmosphere and vibe is very... I don't know. I don't know how you'd replicate. It's hard to replicate that. It's such a cultural cornerstone, really, that it's difficult to. Oh yeah, sometimes the pointed answer tries to be funny, and like you get ones like, what was the fucking one? Was it Iceland? Sometimes they reference like memes or like movies, and like I can't remember the movie. There was like a Eurovision movie that had this like joke character in. I think this joke Icelandic guy, and then like Iceland's presenter is that guy from the film, like playing his character. Yeah, play Shasha Ding Dong! Like, he's like in the middle of the competition. They're like, here's Iceland. And every country's being shown this guy from Iceland. It's like, play Shasha Ding Dong! And the thing is, when I watch it with some friends and we get drunk. I watch it with some friends and we drink and we eat. I mean, my friend always does a do. And she cooks like food of the country doing it. I imagine this year's Ukrainian English mix is going to be fucking awful, frankly, but fine. It's a good time. It's very fun. It's kind of trashy as well, but it's kind of fun. It's just... It's so weird. Like... At no point am I sat going, oh, it's a very culturally important thing. It's stupid. Like, oh yeah, it's very gay, and it's very... I don't know, I find it very wholesome. Oh, it's got too many power sources. That's the problem. I say, there's just something very... stupid about it. A better descriptor. It's just fucking stupid. And everyone knows it's fucking stupid. Everyone's having a nice time, even though it's fucking stupid. And I enjoy that desperately. I think it's very fun. I've made a big fucking mess. I'm not really happy with what I've done here. You're really good. I always poo-pooed it when I was a kid. Because it always just seemed a bit over the top. And I was like, oh, it's stupid because I was just there's never any good songs. It's stupid. And as an adult, I'm like, I have the exact same opinion, but I love that about it. Like, it's exactly because it's stupid that I like it so much. If it was actually sensible and not stupid, I probably wouldn't enjoy it at all. Like, if it took itself seriously, it'd be fucking boring. And bullshit and annoying. But it's not. It's stupid. It's absolutely fucking stupid. I cannot recommend it enough. If you've poo-pooed it, if you're in Europe and you poo-pooed it, give it a go. It's good fun. I say it is better with people. It's one of those things that it's fun to do with people, or even like as a drinking game. So, you know, it's one of those things. Oh yeah, it did used to be quite serious, but over the years it's gotten this cultural sort of attitude with it, where everyone is like, yeah, it's fucking stupid, you know, like, and it's got all of these fucking, I don't know, there's all these references, and I don't know, it's just become this thing, which again I like a lot. Oh, fuck it. Ah. There. Oh, isn't that nice? Yeah. I am playing the easiest mode, by the way, which is why I think I have 7 billion credits very quickly, and there's no difficulty to it. Which is absolutely fine in my book. How do I make trees? How do I get trees? Yeah, like, honestly, like, the whole vibe around Eurovision is just good fun. It's a good time. I genuinely can't recommend it enough. It's just so stupid. So fucking stupid. So fucking stupid. It's just genuinely so fucking stupid. Such a weird sell. Like, how do I get a river down here? I suppose it doesn't have to be connected to the rest of the rivers to work as a river, does it? It can just be and I can just generate water. Yeah, that's I think what I was doing wrong. There we go. Right. Like, you drink and you have fun with it, and you laugh at everything, and Graham Norton will be having a lovely, lovely time. And you'll be like, yeah, Graham, and Graham will just be being vaguely snarky to fucking everyone. It's fucking funny. And, like, something will be happening, and you'll be thinking something. You'll be thinking, like, God, that's really fun. What the fuck's the hat about? And Graham will say it. And you know what? That's rare on TV, to just get quite a level of candor, and everyone just... But it's never in bad spirits, because they say everyone's just drunk and having a good time. Let's say, like, the British guy losing so badly that everyone cheered for him. And he's like, yeah! He's pissed. The song wasn't even that bad. Everyone felt bad for him, bless him. Yeah, it has a very specific energy. Yeah, that's a very accurate statement. It's got a very specific energy. What I've made here is a big fucking mess. It's a big fucking mess. That nobody will like. It's hard to, like, I don't know if it's something to recommend to, like, non-Europeans, for lack of a better sentence, just because, like, it kind of relies on certain cultural touchstones of the region that you're in, because you're always watching the localized version, right? And I don't know. I don't know. Oh, there's a tree. Although I do have trees. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Oh. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Oh, this is very cute. I will say it's quite delightful. Controlled burn. Oh. I don't want to do that. No, I don't want to burn anything. Oh, I have to. Oh. Fuck this place in particular. Melguide Rock. I don't know who that is. I'm bad with the names, I will say. Where's the target invalid? Oh, does it have to be those? Does it have to be those? I mean, I'm watching a lot of films, generally. I haven't seen films in the cinema for a little while. Actually, I was keeping up on my film watching thing, but I've not been in a little bit. It doesn't feel that controlled. Ashy nutrients. Oh. Oh. Oh, delightful. Like I started rewatching the Star Trek films. Watching Star Trek Picard Season 3 really made me want to watch the TOS films, because Star Trek Picard Season 3 is clearly very irreverent to the original series films. In basically how it's designed almost entirely. Research make primary work cheaper. Oh god. Oh my god, climate. Only interested in humidity at the moment. Certain thresholds. Okay. Irrigate it. Humidity ideal. Maybe I'll modify the climate slightly. Similar to the clouds, I see it change significantly. Okie dokie. So it's not humid enough. Oh. Like, I haven't seen any of the new Marvel films, because, I mean, me and Daniel had sort of planned to do them, but I didn't really bother. Like, I just don't care, man. I kind of stopped caring. It's hard to care. Do I want it to be exactly 100? I don't want it to be over 100. I feel like I should have put that somewhere else. So I would have got exactly 100, because now I'm in an awkward position where I can't. There we go. Yeah, I mean, apparently the new ones aren't very good either, so I don't really care. I don't know, Endgame happened, and I went, yeah, cool, that's the end. Bye. Okay, now what? I'll just keep going. Or is that healing the areas I've not... Oh, it is! Slowly... Yeah, Shang-Chi was alright. Also, it turns out all the superhero people are assholes, because the fucking Shazam guy's an asshole. Fucking Ezra Miller's an asshole. Turns out fucking the guy who plays fucking Kang is an horrible cunt. So... basically. No, just fuck it. Fuck him, basically. You know? But Endgame did feel like the end. I feel like the Marvel fatigue thing comes up every so often, but I feel like for once it actually feels quite valid. More so than every other time, you know, it actually feels like when people are like, oh, I've got Marvel fatigue, I'm like, oh, yeah, no. And, you know, like, fucking, they're bringing back Michael Keaton Batman, who's my boy. And, like, the trailer's got fucking 2 Ezra Millers in. And fucking... It just feels like a haha, I understood that reference, not like something irreverent. Like, Star Trek Picard is... Season 3 is full of fucking references, right? It's just reference fucking city. It feels very fan-servicey. But... It feels very irreverent to it. Like, it doesn't feel like it's done to be like, it doesn't feel like cynical about it. It feels very natural. And it feels like there's a purpose to them as well. Like, it doesn't feel like it's just doing it for the sake of doing it. You know, it feels like it's doing it for a reason. Like, the last episode was really fucking fan service heavy, frankly, because it was just like, here's the Enterprise, here's the Defiant, here's Voyager, here's the LX-01 with the secondary hull reef thing. Fucking there's James T. Kirk's body. Fuck, it's Moriarty. It's Data. It's the Forge. It's the Forge's daughter. Oh, do you remember the Borg? Oh, it's the Borg. Oh, it's Picard. It's because of the body. Oh, what about that thing? It's the Genesis device too. Oh, it's a Connie refit. It's an original Connie. Oh, it's the Stargazer. And I'm like, oh, this is many things. It's Worf. And I'm like, okay. I'm having a great time. Bit much. Excellent. I need. I need more thing. I need more flowery good times. Hey. Remove your presence. Okay. Leave. I'm having a good time with it. Recycle to the buildings. Okay. There. And like, but like, when you watch Picard, you can kind of tell all the references? You can tell all the references come from a place of love. Whereas when I saw like the Batman fucking trailer, I'm just like, oh, this totally feels cynical. Like, it felt really cynical. It was like, I'm Batman. I'm like, okay. And then it did this fucking CGI nonsense. Where, like, Batman, he fucking comes down. He's like, oh, look, I'm CGI Batman. I'm like, what are you doing? Michael Keaton's Batman awkwardly walks around, and he awkwardly turns his entire fucking body because he can't turn his neck, and then he just awkwardly pushes people. That's my boy. That's what he does. That's all he does. I'm sorry. That's his job. He is nothing. He is for nothing else. That is his job. Loading dock. Oh. I don't know. I have watched it and went, oh god, it's my favorite. Like, I love Michael Keaton's Batman so fucking much, and I absolutely have no goddamn interest in that film. Also, because Ezra Miller's fucking there, being like, I'm Ezra Miller, and I'm like, oh my god, he's such a cunt. And Shazam Man is such a fucking cunt. And now, Kang Man is such a fucking cunt. Even though I thought he was a brilliant fucking actor. Well, I guess he is still a brilliant actor, but he's also just a fucking cunt. I don't know, I just don't have fucking patience for it. I wish I did. I just... fucking tired, man. There's so much you can do it, you know? Right, I need to... The boat's not boating. It's supposed to be boating. It's not. Boat. 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 Boat about. At the speed of sound. Oh, yeah. No, that's the... Honestly, Picard Season 3, the guy who made Picard Season 3, because it's a different showrunner, it very much feels like he watched Picard Season 1 and 2, was really fucking angry, and then is spending all of Picard Season 3 trying to make what the show should have been in the first place. From, like, a genuine place of, like, a guy who loves Star Trek, clearly. Which which is really obvious. It's really obvious he's super into fucking Star Trek. Super obvious. Good time. Animals. Animal species, ecosystem. I need to pick the animals. Oh god. That one. That one? That one. That one. Okay, go. That one. Oh god. Oh god, okay. Yeah. Use a sonar scan to uncover. How? How do I do a sonar scan? Did I miss the instruction? I'm still very slowly making my way through TNG. TNG is a good time. I mean, like, I kind of finished my rewatch because I did all of TNG, and then I did all of DS9 again, then I did all of Voyager again, then I did all of Enterprise again, and now I'm doing the movies. What? In range of hypnosis. Wait, oh, do I... Oh. A range of that. So I need more of that. Need to be wetland with the good flowery good times. There. Frogs. Frogs. Give me frogs. How do I get frogs? Frogs. Do I have frogs now? You just got to the mariachi band of the Enterprise, which I think I showed in stream once. Fucking love... Oh, I love the fucking tonal dissonance between just Picard being really fucking annoyed and very serious and just John Delancey just... Mwah. John the fucking Lancey. Wonderful man. Good times were had by all. Partial ground in range of greenery. So it needs to be more grazery. Deer! Oh, shit, I've got deer. Look at those deer. Having a nice time. Wait, can I see frogs? Frogs. No, but I can... There's a frog! There's a frog! Got a frog. Domain is a forest which contains a beehive and is on a hill. Do I have a beehive forest on a hill? I don't think I have a beehive forest on a hill. Got a beehive forest. Not on a hill. There's a hill there. Large lakes. Do I have a large lake? I don't have a large lake. Can I make a lake? River near a forest. River near a forest. Honestly, a lot of Starship Card Season 3... it feels like it's going... Oh, beaver! Beaver! Beaver's my favourite beaver! Beavers are my favourite animal. It's a beaver. Look at that beaver. Look at that boy. Oh, look at that boy! Beavers are the best animal. I do not give a fuck what you think. Beavers are the best animal. They're clever little familial engineers. And they're excellent. They're excellent! Fucking beavers, mate. Fucking beavers. Can't beat a beaver. Got a fox. I need a lake. How do I make a lake? Is that a lake? Can we technically count that as a lake? partially met. How do I make a... Is that a lake? Are we counting as a lake here? Hmm. Like, Picard Season 3, more than any other Picard thing of Star Trek, very much relies on you having seen Star Trek before. like you haven't seen Star Trek before, most of it will just fall fucking flat. Because me and Daniel have watched a few together, and the ones me and Daniel have watched together, we have constantly been fucking pausing it and pointing at things and just being full on, like, frame, going through the frame by frame, being, oh, is that a reference to this really specific Star Trek thing? Great time. Oh, on a hill of at least 20 tiles. Okay, I need to make a forest up there, and I need to make a lake. Hmm. I see. Hmm. I don't know what to do. I can burn that, but I'm not sure that'll help much. Oh, that's a lake. Oh, that is a lake. That looks like a lake. Good shout. That does look like a motherfucking lake. You're right. So, yeah, it's a bit on fire. What do you mean that's not a lake? That's wetland. It doesn't count as a lake. Motherfucker, wetland. Okay, forest. Fucking beehive. Okay, fuck that area a little bit, but it's fine. Just a little bit. You can't be mad I've destroyed your ecosystem if you don't have an ecosystem in the first place to destroy. Okay. I guess I just need to make a lake. I've got a bear! Bear? No, it's a tree. Bear? Bear? I can't see a bear. Lake. How do I make a lake? Because I've got these things that make irrigation channels. But at what point is it considered a lake? Okay. I mean, that could be a lake. It's on a hill. Could be lakes on hills. You have a lake on a hill. Right? Yeah, probably. Wait, I only need 5. I only need 3 animals anyway. It's a river. It's not a lake. How is that a rip? Fine. Well, now what? Oh, percentage of buildings that have not been recycled. Nope, not cards. feel like I'm assuming I'll pick these up when I leave. Maybe. I broke loading dock when I was deleting things. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. I missed that completely. The drone is what's picking up the recyclers. And then it disassembles the recycler itself. That's how you... Okay. So you tell it to go and get those things, and it will go and get them. But what about the ones not near a river? They can go fuck themselves. I guess. I mean, there's clearly a waterfall there. Okay. Go. Go, little boat. He's poodling about. He's doing his job. I'll be honest, I've made this place look fucking hideous, but at least it's alive. I don't know if it's better. Like, I don't know if it's better. I think it's worse. You fucking it destroyed the fucking it destroyed the fucking lock. You pillock. Why the fuck am I going to pick that up? Ah, cunt. You just fly, pick it up from the sky, you... Oh, for God's sake. God, motherfucker. Yeah. Connected? I think that's connected. I think. I think. No, it's not. Okay. Oh, I can't get over there because the river, right? You know, I know we've got this magical future where we're like, fuck, we're regenerating an environment, but we can't figure out how a helicopter works. That's too difficult. Motherfucker. Phil, it's raining! Fuck you, it's raining! Motherfucker! God! I'll be honest, this seems like a very inefficient way to uninstall all of the stuff. I should do it. That's the last things. Well, yeah, I'm making a fucking plane. You know, little boat's gonna get picked up by the plane, I'm assuming, but like, it's... Build a hovercraft. It can go over the wetlands. We have the technology. I'm done, apparently. And go. Hey. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. It's fucking hideous. I've made a fucking hideous environment. I mean, that's not so bad. That's alright. If I get real close, it looks alright. But, you know, when I zoom out, it absolutely looks like a fucking mess. It looks like I've just wandered in and I've just fallen over, and that's what I've done. Okay. Didn't discover a water person foul, though. Oh. 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 How big is this one? Oh my god, it's 1 a.m. Gee willikers. Oh, see, this looks more reasonable. Yeah, this place looks more fucking reasonable. Look at this place. Right, like that. It's actually got stuff in it. It's actually an environment that looks like it could exist that isn't just a tutorial land. I do like it, I will admit, though. Bye, Nuggets. It's a cute little thing that is very different to other games. Like you're terraforming and leaving it nice when you... You're terraforming in a really positive way. That isn't to make humans live there really well. This is the exact tonal opposite of satisfactory. God, you know how Viscera Cleanup... You know how there was a Viscera Cleanup detail? DLC for Shadow Warrior, right? Like, it was just like the first level of the Shadow Warrior, like, the new Shadow Warrior game. I say new, it's old now, but, and it was just, you were just going through there after your character had been through and were just cleaning up the fucking mess you'd made, which I thought was so fun. It was so much fun. And I would absolutely love this to integrate with a satisfactory map. Just you can go in after you've fucked everything. It's like, okay, fix it now. Please, God, fix it. Just make your environment unfucked. Sometimes it's saying minus. Like, that's -9. Oh, because it's getting rid of those ones here. Okay. I think I'm going to play a ton of this. It's quite relaxing. Oh, Factorio. God, yeah, honest. In fact, this would be great for Factorio just because of the isometric. Satisfactory, yeah, it wouldn't work with format, but Factorio because it's grid-based. Oh, I'd like that a lot, actually. I like it when games do fun. Like viscera cleanup. Honestly, that Shadow Warrior viscera cleanup detail thing, I always thought was the funnest thing because it just felt so natural. It felt really silly, but very natural. And I just, even though it wasn't your like save, because it wasn't your save, it was just like it was just the level remade, almost like Lara Croft's Manor and. In that game that exists, the one with the Power Washer. It's called Power Wash Simulator because it's got a Power Washer. That's how names work in video games. They usually name them after a specific thing. And then they try and sell it to you for a huge amount of money. Rainforest mangroves. I'm not sure what the use is in the fact it's like L-shaped. Can make islands. Balance around vegetation to increase temperature. I need to make it hotter as well as humider. God, you can imagine if you increase a planet's temperature that much by burning a tiny little swath of land. Like, oh, fuck, you accidentally burned down your back garden. You've increased global temperatures by like 10 degrees. Ah, oh, fuck, Janet. We left the cat out in the sun too long and it's burnt. Now it's increased global temperatures by 500 degrees. I don't know what to do about that. Oh, what was that? Beaches! Beach. We're built on a toxin scrubber. Beach. Oh, it's gonna be a shit beach. That is a horrible, awful, terrible looking beach. Salinator? Oh. Oh, I don't think Power Wash Fast. I'm glad Power Wash Simulator's done well, because I played that a lot when I was ill, especially. But I kind of... I'm a little cynical about it. If I'm honest. Oh, sorry, I could properly zone out while fucking playing this. I've got a lot of health anxiety ever since I've had my my blood clot, which I think is fair enough, really. And I've been kind of looking for something if I ever feel a bit ill, something I can play that kind of stops me stressing out about it. Because when I got the blood clot, it was really... I had, like, the symptom I had, which was caused by the blood clot, which made me realize, which made me look into it, was something incredibly minor. Like, incredibly minor that wouldn't normally be really seen as anything. Which I just happened to get checked out. So, like, when I'm not a hypochondriac, but I've become a bit more overly conscious about it, if that makes sense. When I'm feeling a bit ill, like I am lately. It's nice to have something that's just completely zone outy. That isn't something like... I played Power Sim a lot when I was ill, but it was very... It almost felt a bit too zone outy. Oh, look at that. Oh? Why do I need to make a monorail? What's the monorail for? What's the purpose of the monorail? I don't know. I can't. It is nice watching the kind of everything go from less murky to more murky and more green and fucking... I feel like I'm making it incredibly ugly. I feel like I'm making it incredibly... aesthetically unpleasing. That's a better phrase. I need more trees. Is that more mangroves? Is that more forest? Tropical forest. More tropical forest, please. Not enough tropical forest. More tropical forest, please. That's enough tropical forest. Coral reef. How the fuck do I make a coral reef? How the fuck do I make a coral reef? I don't know what the point of the monorails is. Give me monorails, but don't actually tell me what they're used for. And I need to make the planet hotter. But I put combustors everywhere, and now they're all too close to another combustor. So... I can get it by 1 degree if I put one there. Ooh, calm down. I'm worried I've slightly fucked myself. Because it doesn't seem to give you the ability to dismantle stuff at this point. Like, if I could dismantle stuff, it'd be really trivial for me to just take away some stuff I built. Like the combustors and build a new one somewhere. But alas... Ooh, 0 whole degrees, wow. I also feel like a dick. Okay, the planet's perfectly good. Done that. I need coral reefs. I don't know how to make coral reefs. I don't know what the monorails are for. It's telling me to make more monorail nodes, but I've done that. What do you want? Oh, I'm slightly worried I've broken it. Or it's broken in some way, shape, or form that's fucking me completely. Or I'm stupid. Which is also distinctly possible, but like... Well, it's saying there's like... Wait, what? Oh, you can move I can move buildings like that. That's what the monorails are for. I can pick up a building near a node and move it to another node. And that's what it wanted me to do. It wanted me to move a building. And I have to build the coral thing. On land. Somewhere. Not entirely sure where. On one of those. Okay. And once I build the coral... Oh, see, I like that. Oh, that's clever. Okay. Yeah, I already like that, actually. That's quite clever. I admit, I'm partially ignoring the tutorials because of me. But like... Oh, that's nice. Look at that. Well, isn't that delightful? I need more monorail nodes as well. Which have to be on rock. Which I can't magic up from nothing. Except that I can magic rock up from nothing because I'm a rock man. Seems a bit redundant to have to build a monorail when I could just build it next to the ocean. Monorails reduce recycling a bit, make recycling easier. Oh, that's how I recycle in this map. I use the monorail. Beach-dwelling reptile lives on an island where it eats its shell. How is that not enough? It's an island. It's a beachy island. How is it? How is it only partially on an island and It's a beach on an island. What more do you want? Make some more monorails. I'm not... There's a certain degree of arbitrary... A lot of it feels fairly arbitrary in how it's what it's letting you do and why. And when it's giving you access to stuff, which I don't really like that much. There we go, they're all connected. Cycling beacon, rock hopper. I can move rocks. See, on the last map, this would have been really fucking handy, wouldn't it? Okay, dude, how is this not an island with sand on? Oh, it's more of an island now, but it's not beachy enough. This small island that's mainly a beach is not beachy enough to... River estuaries and coral reefs. I mean, that's an estuary. Is that not an estuary? No. Forest kind of reefs beneath clear skies. Buildings in range, okay. Oh, it deconstructs the fucking... It deconstructs the monorail as well. That's slightly awkward. Like in that... Fuck off. In this space, there's no buildings. There's no There we go. Parrots. I've got parrots. I've got fucking macaws. Look at those. Look, I've got a fucking green macaw. I've got a fucking rainbow macaw. Oh, they're not blue macaws. Green macaws are not a choice, but it's fine. I'll accept green macaws. Surrounded beaches, muddy, wetlandy beaches. Oh, I've only got mangroves. Can I... Done. See, this is why I never get any time off, chat. There, I've got a shop. I've got a fucking... I've got a whale. Oh, I've got a whale. He's having a nice time. My one problem is that I can't make it look pretty. It's my one problem. It's really hard to make it not look shit. But aside from that, I'm having a good time. I'm assuming as well this should cover everything aside from... I can't get up there. I wish it gave you all the tools consistently. I don't know whether it's because I'm in tutorial land so far or what, but I wish it... Like, I haven't been getting all the tools every time. It's just been giving me kind of some of the tools. Kind of arbitrarily. There, okay. Eat them. 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 And then eat them. And then eat them. And them. Why didn't it do it in the order I told him to? It's 2 fucking monorails across the fucking... God, why... What have you done that for, you big pillar? No, no, no. Oh. Go over and get those. Okay. One at a time now. Kill that one. Thank you. And then kill that one. Then kill these ones. Thank you. And then kill all of these. Kill those ones, and then kill those ones. I mean, all of them make sense, please, for the love of God. No. Oh. Why would you do it in that order? Why would you... I will say it looks prettier than the last one I did. Like, it's not the most pretty thing, but it looks prettier than the last one I did. Go. Go, 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 go. Pick it up. Come back. Thank you, good boy. Okay. There we go. And now we leave. Delightful. I wish we had more solar punk games. I'll say I'm enjoying the solar punk aesthetic and I wish we had more of them. That's cute. It's cute. Polar. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. That's a fun little thing. Yeah, fuck it. It's better than Kerbal Space Program fucking 2 anyway. Fucking Jesus Christ. And I'm gonna go because I'm tired. I'm sleepy. I'm tired. And I need to eat. And I'm tired. Let's run to raid. It's a bit of a hodgepodge of a stream, really. Oh, who's... Oh. Ellie's live. Oh, Ellie's playing Terra Nil, but better and more and higher. I'm gonna raid Ellie. Say hi to Ellie. They're playing the same game, but nicer and better and at a later stage. And in a more engaging way. Okay, bye. Classic, Matt. Fucking off. Just when the going gets tough. Ugh. Ugh. Ugh.